progress.
Winnebago County Board. As of right now, everyone that is here is punched in, so we'll start with Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Wondrous and gracious Creator, we thank you for all the benefits we have gained from having Sue Ertmer as our county clerk for 40 years, for all she has meant to all of us sitting here, and all she has meant to thousands upon thousands of Winnebago County residents. We ask for her to be granted a long, happy, and healthy retirement. Sadly, we also remember before you the 6,000 people in Turkey and Syria who have perished in the earthquake. We pray for a swift recovery process and healing for all the families affected by this disaster. Amen.
Next thing is the adoption of the agenda. Supervisor Albrecht. Motion made and seconded for the adoption of this evening's agenda. Any discussion? Not seeing any. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed say nay. Carried. At this time will be allowed from anyone from the public to express their opinion on anything that's on the agenda or that has to do with the Winnebago County. We also like to remind you, you will have 2 minutes if you wish to express any of your opinions. If it's not on the agenda, though, tonight, we will not be able to do any discussion on it, but it could possibly be on the next agenda. So if anyone wishes to speak to the board tonight, just go and let me get your, yes, ma'am, state your name and address, please.
Kay Horan, 324 9th Street, Neenah, Wisconsin. It's Black History Month. And so for the history of Wisconsin, I would like to let us learn a little bit. Freedom is a town in Outagamie County. In 2020, the census was 6,200 people. The first non-native settler in the town of Freedom was James Andrew Jackson, an African-American who arrived in 1830. Jackson was asked by town residents if they could name the town Jackson after him, but he wanted the town to be named Freedom because this is where he obtained his freedom. The town of Freedom was established on June 5th, 1852. Just informationally, Wisconsin was an abolitionist state before the Civil War. That's huge. And we had the Underground Railroad here. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to please state your name and address?
My name's Christine Whitty, and I live on 12th Street in Oshkosh. I would like to address the situation with Supervisor Norton and the postings of county board agendas in which extremely distasteful page tabs were also open and a part of his screenshot posts in Facebook. I'm a resident of District 20, which he represents, so my comment is, anyone could and would likely be fired for something of this nature. I know a teacher would. Why should a county supervisor be an exception? He's supposed to represent my district and everyone in it. This includes children and the elderly. I know I don't want someone representing my family with such a lack of care in how he represents himself as a supervisor when posting meeting agendas. This wasn't a fluke. It happened over and over and over again. There are several occurrences. I did send some email requests last month to help because I felt something needed to be done. And my question right now is this being swept under the rug? Is it a slap on the wrist, or is it going to be dealt with in some manner? Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that wish to talk to the board this evening? Anyone else wishing to address the board this evening?
My name is Eric Vlock. I reside at 404 Michigan Street in Oshkosh, Wisconsin, also in District 20. And I'm just here to ask for what action is being taken under the same manner as the previous speaker. And also to humbly ask for Mr. Norton's resignation from the board. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else wishing to talk to the board this evening? Anyone else? Anyone else wishing to speak to the board this evening? Is there anyone on Zoom? There's no one on Zoom. Not seeing anyone else wishing to talk to the board this evening, we'll close that part. Okay, the next thing is reports from committees, commissions, and boards. Do I have any reports from any committees, commissions, and boards? Not seeing any. Committees, commissions, and boards. You have something this evening?
I have appointments.
I was going to do that after my chairman's thing, but that's okay. You can do them now.
All right.
Executive appointments.
All right, appointments. Dear members of the County Board of Supervisors, below are my appointments to boards and commissions. Winnefox Library Board, I'm reappointing Bill Bracken, Randy Fieldhack, and David Rucker.
Motion made and second to approve. Any discussion? Any discussion? Any discussion? Not hearing any. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. Carried.
Thank you.
Thank you. Not seeing anyone asking for reports for committees, commissions, or boards, we will move on down to the county board chairman's report. First thing I have is that Brian Defferding has asked to be excused. Jim Wise, I do not see. Anyways, he usually shows up. He's gone. And Rebecca Nichols is not here. So them are the only three that I know of that are not here at this time. This is some of the things that some of you have been asking about, and I told you I would report back as soon as I got the information on any of it. And it had to do with the part of some of you were on the iPad was concerned about, and this is the follow-up to my report from last month regarding allegations of inappropriate social media posts made by Winnebago County Board Supervisor using a Winnebago County device. An outside agenda has thoroughly investigated the matter and found nothing that was criminal in nature on the device. Since it was determined that a county device was being used in a matter outside of Winnebago County's permanent accessibility use policy, I have removed the supervisor from 3 committees pursuant to Wisconsin Statutes Code 1710, Parent 3, determine that the supervisor will not be able to represent Winnebago County at further conferences, and the supervisor will not have use of a Winnebago County-issued iPad until April 2024, which will be the election time. So that was what I have decided. The county executive has also taken issue with some on his end of it, so, but he can speak to that later on. So that's what was done at this time. So I know there's a lot of, and I probably shouldn't say it, but I know there's a lot of different feelings on this, but you got to remember that he was elected. And some of you are elected here, you're elected different spots. There's people that's here that's been elected. It's up to the people that elect these people to go ahead and do whatever they want. I'm not saying whether they should or shouldn't. Everyone makes mistakes, and this is one. He's had promises, this and that, back and forth, and whether they fall through or not. But the only reason that I could find as of right now is because he did something with county property. What each and every one of you do on your personal time, we have nothing to say about. But it was on county property, it was on the iPad, and that is the reason why I took that. So at this time, being that I had to replace 3 new people, one of them was Information Systems Committee. I've appointed Supervisor Tom Borchardt. Do you want to take them individually, or should we do all 3 at once? Since we got a lot, I'm going to go all 3 at once, being that we have a lot on tonight, if anybody wants to appoint anybody out. Parkview Health Center Committee, I appointed Supervisor Tom Swan. And Park and Recreation Committee, I appointed Supervisor Rachel Dowling. Motion is made and seconded to approve those 3 to replace in them 3 committees. Any discussion? Any discussion? Any discussion? Not hearing any. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed say nay. Carried. Okay, next on the agenda is a consent agenda, which at this time I'll be calling for streamlining government through efficiency. Supervisor, oops, I'm sorry. What did I do wrong now? Right. We can do that now, sure. We have one last thing to do, which I totally forgot. How can I forget about it? And that means she can't go, that's why. County Executive, would you like to give the county's present?
Well, from Winnebago County, normally for somebody who has given 20 years of service, we give them a clock that's engraved. Sue didn't want the clock, so we decided to get her something that her cats will be able to break. So, Sue, from us to you.
Oh, thank you. That's beautiful. I'll break it before my cats.
Probably true.
That is beautiful.
Thank you so much for your service.
Thank you, John. Appreciate that. Thank you. That's beautiful.
And then on behalf of the county board, so I'd like to have you know that they went around and they all chipped in, and they did get you something. I will present you with the card first. The flowers, which Julia's brought up, can you give me the card? I can read what it says on there. This is a crystal vase with flowers, and it says, Sue Ertmer, with sincere appreciation for your outstanding contribution to the county clerk's office. Congratulations on your retirement, 4/23/1979 to 2/24/2023. So we still have you for a little bit whiles.
Yes. Thank you. It's beautiful.
And then they also went ahead and got you something, being that you didn't want a clock from the county. So they went ahead and they got you something that they thought might do you much better, and so you know what's going on at all times. So, and this is from all the county board, so.
Thank you. Want me to open it?
Sure, because all of them didn't get to see what it is, so.
All right. Well, I better read the card first. Well, oh boy. Okay, this is a time of reflection, a time to enjoy the fruits of your hard work and the successes you've earned. This moment is a time of rethinking, because now your life has a whole new set of possibilities just waiting to be explored. This moment is a time of celebration, saying goodbye to dear friends and saying hello to retirement. Oh, and everybody's signed. This moment is a big one. Here's to celebrating in a big way. Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you, everybody. That's really sweet. Really appreciate it. Oop. Oh, thank you. Wow, a real clock. Oh my gosh, you guys. Yes. Holy cow. Uh-oh, what's coming out here? Oh my gosh, an Apple Watch? Thank you. I'm not going to drop and break it. That's amazing. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. Can I give you one? Thank you. Thank you. I only have an hour speech planned, so, no, yes, it's short. No, I can't thank you enough. This means so much to me, and all the years I've had at the county, it's been wonderful, so thank you.
And then on behalf of John and I, before you run away, the Winnebago County Proclamation, whereas, I should get my glasses here. Whereas Sue Ertmer has been an extreme dedication and trusting employee to the Winnebago County Clerk's Office for the past 44 years. She started in the County Clerk's Office in 1979 as a clerk typist. Served in Winnebago County Deputy Clerk from 1983 to 1998 and was elected to County Clerk in November 1998 and will continue to serve the residents of the Winnebago County until her retirement on February 24th, 2023. And whereas Sue has served as the lead election official for at least 72 elections, clerked 396 county board meetings and 24 county board budget sessions, she issued county marriage license and work permits and provided service to residents and municipalities in Winnebago County. Whereas retirement is a milestone with significant, the peak of a rewarding career and beginning with a new chartered life, one we hope will ever be rewarding and fun and eventful. Now, therefore, we as Tom Egan, Winnebago County Board Chairman, and John Damel, Winnebago County Executive, upon the occasion of her retirement, do hereby proclaim February 24th, 2023 as Sue Ertmer Day. That's pretty good. I read all that without my glasses on. Now, back to where consent agenda, streaming government through efficiency. Supervisor Brian Stafford.
Thank you. While you do that, here I'm going to introduce. So, thank you very much for taking a moment to go through this. Just to do a couple of quick things before we start on the slides. The first is JPS process. So, typically what we do at JPS when it comes to these types of rules is we have a multi-meeting process, just so you all know. So, we spend a meeting to really dig into the specific area and issue. We discuss it. There's work that happens after the fact, which I will talk to about in this case. And then we come as a committee and vote for it. And for this specific area, the consent agenda, I'm going to tell you that I am not the expert at all. And who actually did the work? This actually was brought forward by Supervisor Paul Eisen. I had no idea what the consent agenda was until he brought it up. And in his typical fashion, very verbose and very methodical, went through what a consent agenda is and why we should consider it. And I know I was convinced after listening to Supervisor Eisen on the merits of the consent agenda. So we had that initial meeting and worked through it and realized that we needed more information, more data. So I'd also like to thank Corporation Counsel because she spent a lot of resources, I think, in scouring not only the state of Wisconsin, but I think you had one from Illinois in there too? Yeah, looking at different agendas from counties and cities across, again, the state of Wisconsin as well as outside of Wisconsin on how they approach the use of consent agendas. In addition to this wonderful presentation here that I'm going to walk through, all All this was also supplied by County Executive's Office. So this really has been a multifaceted experience for this area. I had asked if we could spend a little bit of time today talking about consent agenda before you would see it on the agenda for consideration at the next meeting. Because I think if you're like me, I needed some time to process this and kind of see how this could really work. And I wanted to spend the time to introduce so we can think about it for when we come back together as an assembly to consider if this is an approach that might work for our body. And with that, how I present, by the way, is I'm not going to really spend a lot of time going through word by word on the slides because you all can read, right? And I'm sure you all have seen it and probably made notes on it and just totally digested it. So what I'm going to do is just kind of give you kind of my perspective on it as well as summarize to help facilitate that learning. So with that, which one's, So essentially what a consent agenda is, you know what? Do you have a copy of the actual deck? Thanks. I left that at my desk. It's a way to streamline the whole process. And I know if you're all like me, I think we are really looking for ways to make this meeting run more smoothly. And so it's a way to help group like items or group items that we don't really need to have a lot of discussion on and address them as one body, one group. And we can do this through unanimous consent. You can still see that, right? Okay. Through unanimous consent. And essentially, it's no discussion, needs to take place. And that's the key, is that as you look at the agenda, it'll be grouped together, and it's going to be assumed that these items are going to be agreed upon in a unanimous consent. However, I know my first question was, okay, what does that mean exactly? And what kinds of things would we include on that? So that would be things such as approval of minutes, zoning changes, appointments, donations, grants, claims, and a variety of other materials. The other question that we asked right away is, well, okay, who does the consent agenda? It's the person who is going to be responsible for pulling together the agenda entirely. So that at this point, it would be the chair. So the chair would decide what is placed on the consent agenda. So it's no different than what happens today as the chair decides what in the progression of the agenda. At the same time, the chair would decide how to group those things and if we can utilize the tool in approving those items. The biggest question and conversation we had in committee was, okay, I get that Chair Egan can pull together this consent agenda, he can group things together, but what happens if I don't agree with it? Or what happens if there's an area in there that actually I want to have a comment on or question on? A supervisor at any point, up until the point where we're ready to talk about the consent agenda, can motion to have that pulled from that grouping. There's no vote. That just is automatically taken from that section of the consent agenda and is placed on the regular agenda. So there is no issue if someone wants to talk about something. So basically what this is it's chair pulling together some information or pulling together those items, assuming that these items probably won't need much of a discussion, that we probably going to be aligned on. But once we get into the meeting, if there are discussion or are question with whatever, anyone could say at any time up until the point we're ready to talk about the consent agenda, can pull that off. And that's really important. So there's still that safety valve in if we do want to talk about a certain item. And that is really small copy. So hopefully you've seen in your copy the actual consent agenda as an example. So you can see, hopefully you have your copy. So I'm going to use this one. You can see where we have in this example, this is actually from Newton, Illinois. And you can see item 7 there is consent agenda, and it talks about the minutes, committee minutes, et cetera. So it's a good way to dispense of that stuff, and we believe we can save a fair amount of time in non-value-added materials. The other thing is there in your packet, there should have been, we printed one example. We printed one example, right? We printed one example. However, if you go to the web, thank you, Supervisor. If you go to the web, we have the entirety of all the examples that Corporation Council pulled together, and there's a ton of them. Oh, you printed them out? No, they came in my packet. Oh, we have even more if you want to see other examples. So we printed out, I think, 1 or 2 examples, but there's probably about, I don't know, 15, 20 more that you can look at. That was posted in the online meetings on the web. So I would check those out as well. You can see different ways. Unfortunately, she is not here, but Supervisor Nichols is also an alderwoman for the city of Menasha. And the city of Menasha uses a consent agenda. And I had an opportunity to ask her what she thought of it, and was very complimentary of it. And I was hoping she'd be here to answer questions or just talk about it, but alas, she isn't. But it's something that she has used and has had good experience with as well. So I definitely think it's something that would be worthwhile and something that I think we should consider. So with that, that's all I really had for that. And if there are any other questions, I'm going to direct that to, especially with the examples, Corporation Council, who is also a parliamentarian. So,
Supervisor Hintz.
Excuse me. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Actually, Brian, if you could just stay up there a second. I just wanted to clarify something that you had said, just because I dealt with consent agendas being on the City Plan Commission as well. And you said up until discussion of the consent agenda, you can pull items out. Well, there's actually no discussion of the consent agenda. I believe that would be the chairman would say, he would make an announcement saying, does anyone wish to pull anything from tonight's consent agenda? Then we would pull the items. Then we would take care of the consent agenda, and then we would take care of the other items on their own separately, if I'm correct.
right, I'm sorry, what,
I just wanted to clarify, because that's the process, so that way everybody understands the correct process.
probably the better way of saying is that to the point where we consider the consent agenda.
Yes.
Not discuss, but consider it.
That's why I just wanted to make sure everybody understood clearly. We didn't have discussions going on about the consent agenda, and
Right.
then we're pulling items to discuss further.
Once we start the process of the consent agenda, you can't pull them out. It has to be before we consider that item number on the agenda.
Like I said, just trying to help you out, so that way it was clear for everybody else.
Okay. Yeah, and one of the examples, Corporation Council was just telling me, one of those examples in the electronic packet is the city of Oshkosh. Yes.
Supervisor Nussbaum.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My question might have been answered, but say we have to change something in the minutes, would we have to pull it then?
We would. Which
Supervisor
does
Gabbard.
happen.
I'm
Can I-
sorry, go ahead.
Okay, which does happen, but I mean, I think about the last year, there's only been, I think, 1 or 2 times that's happened in our meetings. So typically, we approve them without any concern.
Supervisor Gabbard.
This is all for you, Supervisor Stafford. I get what you're pointing at, and the school board in Oshkosh has a consent agenda, and I see the city does too. So, time saving, not sure how much time you want to save. I don't think you're gonna get a 6-hour meeting down to 2. But here are a couple things. Zoning changes, clarification on that. Is that when we start a meeting where the clerk reads, so-and-so from, on parcel such and such wishes to change zoning, or are you talking about the packet that comes in the actual agenda from the planning and zoning department where we approve a report number and an ordinance? So I want clarity on what you're putting in as zoning changes, because I feel zoning changes are an appropriate thing to discuss by this board. Otherwise, you're saying if it's the things that the committee brings forward and asks for approval, so then whatever we would bring forward as a committee, you believe us truthfully that we did the best and we voted 5-0 and nobody's ever going to have any questions? So I need clarity on that first, and then I'll continue on my other questions.
Okay, so I'll answer it, and then I'm going to refer to Corporation Counsel. The key word is it may be on the consent agenda. So again, the chair can decide that zoning is not going to be in the consent agenda. That is within the chair's authority to do so. So just because we have a consent agenda doesn't necessarily mean that zoning would be part of it. It just could be a part of it. But to more specific to your question, I'm going to actually turn that over.
Okay.
I would echo what Supervisor Stafford said, and if you see in your packet, there's actually a Planning Commission agenda from Oshkosh, from the city of Oshkosh. And in it, you see they put on the consent agenda, well, accept sanitary sewer easements, accept or release easement rights, but absolutely, if there are issues in terms of the zoning that you believe need to be vetted, then it can certainly be pulled.
I see that happening more often than not, so, but that clarifies that part. All right.
I will tell you, not that, to diverge, but I was in front of the Common Council regarding the whole 980 situation in terms of trying to get the city's blessing for the housing that was going to be proposed. And I think we were like number 32. And I said, oh my gosh, this is going to be a long night. But I kid you not, it seemed like the first 25 items were put on the consent agenda. We were heard within an hour of us walking through that door. I was absolutely shocked because I assumed we were going to be there for a good 3 or 4 hours. But anyway, sorry,
Good
I
point.
diverged, yeah.
Okay. All right, Supervisor Stafford. Appointments and commendations. I know sometimes this is tedious, but I think when you have employees that work for the county for a long time and they're retiring, I don't know if they should be on a consent agenda. Perhaps they appreciate the fact that we go through their history. So just, I know you're saying, well, maybe I could say, remove that because I'd like to hear those.
Right, and these are just examples. So we may as a body say, we could lobby and say, listen, there are certain things that we don't want on the consent agenda. I mean, when we discuss this, we could say there are some things that we just don't want. And again, these were all examples, and this would also be up to the chair as well. So this is not a paint by numbers kind of thing. So it's more of, there's a variety of things within the toolbox that we could leverage, and those are some examples of things that have been included in other assemblies. Not to say that that is the specific recommendation for this assembly.
Because we're different than the other assemblies.
Correct. It's just to help people understand the
What could go
types
in
of
there.
things, what could be.
Okay.
And, I'm a big believer in just because you can do something doesn't mean you should do something. And that falls into this category as well. And I would agree with you, by the way.
Okay, so grants, here's another one, grants. I'm interested in grants. When this county applies for grants and gets them, I think that's of interest to me, and it's of interest to the taxpayers. So I'm just saying, these are great examples, but they may not always work for us. So if you're leaving that door open to pull things, that I appreciate. Do I want to shorten the meetings? You bet. But do I want to tend to business? You bet. So I can see by reading the school board minutes from their last meeting, they have a lot on their agenda. And when they used it, it lumped some good things together, and they were able to proceed with, I don't want to say more important, because everybody analyzes things as important to them as individual or taxpayer. I just don't want anybody from the public to think that we're trying to brush off anything that's of importance to a
Yep.
taxpayer or someone that has given a donation or is going to get a commendation. I worry
Right.
about the employees with those commendations.
And I absolutely agree with you, and you made a point. I just want to reemphasize something, and that is, as we will go through all of these rules and all of these items like the consent agenda, a consideration is to help shorten the meeting. But it's not to shorten the meeting just to shorten the meeting. It's about, and I think the title says it, it's about making things more effective and efficient that will result in decision-making that happens faster.
And I'm on board for that,
Right.
because we want to come here and do our business, and if we can shorten something that perhaps we don't need to talk about, I understand that.
Right, you know, and I got to tell you, one of my biggest concerns initially in this discussion was the fact that I needed to make sure there was a safety valve, right? Because there are certain topics that I'm passionate about, and there's some that you are. And I want to make sure that if there's something that needs to be said or needs to be addressed, that we have that ability, right?
Correct.
And so I love the fact that there is that safety valve. And honestly, if we see over the course of, the next year, if this is in place, and we see constantly people pulling things out, I think there has to be a conversation on, is this the right tool or not? But I would hate not to try it and see if we can make this work.
You've answered my questions. I see there's an open gate there, so I'm good. I just want, for myself, not to eliminate something that someone would be interested in, and the right that we can ask to have something pulled. Thank you.
You bet.
Supervisor Powers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There are two areas that I would be concerned about, and one of them was what Supervisor Gabbard talked about, and that is just sort of brushing over people's sort of biographies during what oftentimes churches call courtesy resolutions about people who are retiring. And whether we voted for them all at once, I'd hope that we would at least read those biographical sketches of each and every one of our retirees, because they've given a lot to the county. That would be my one concern. The second concern would be when we have people who have had damages to their vehicles or to mailboxes or to whatever through something that happened with county vehicles or potholes or whatever that we should be responsible for, we already know they've gone through committee. We already know that we're going to vote against them, because then they're going to go to insurance. But I would hate for people to sit back and say, they didn't even care enough to listen to what my complaint is. They just vetoed everybody. And I would not want that. I wouldn't want people to feel as though they're being shortchanged by us just ignoring those things, which we know we're going to vote against anyway, because it has to then go to the insurance company. But you don't want to just thumb your nose at them. That's my only concerns. Thank you.
Thank you.
Supervisor Ellenberger.
Hi. Thank you for bringing this up. I was on the Neenah Joint School District for 12 years, and we had a consent agenda, and it is amazing. It really is a wonderful tool. I know there was some discussion about commendations. I'd like to also add that we do go over biographies, and we do talk about them in F&P also. So that is done already once before it gets here. And let me see what else. Oh, and when I was on the board, on the school board, we could pull things if you really wanted to highlight something in particular, which I think is kind of what people are concerned about, is not being able to highlight something. But you can also, I'm assuming this is in this, but I just want to confirm with you, but you can also have a discussion. So you can have you don't necessarily are pulling it, but you can say, now we're bringing up the consent agenda. You can still, after it goes on the floor, have a discussion about an item. Am I correct?
You have to pull it.
You have to pull it.
You have to completely pull it?
You have to pull it,
Okay.
yes.
Okay. So, I think that was it then. But I definitely am in support of this, and I thank you for doing the legwork to do this, so.
Supervisor Hens.
I'll keep it brief because I know this is my second time. As far as commendations go, we have Julie right now reading them before we ever vote on them. The only part of the consent agenda would be when we vote on it. So the readings would still be done as normal. Then we would group all the voting on it together instead of having it pulled apart. Just want to clarify that. Am I correct on that? We would follow the current procedure, it would still be read in advance, but the consent agenda would be where we would vote on it. As far as grants and claims go, I'll take an example that I had with the city council. That we were trying to get no parking during winter months removed on our street for the signs. I went up to one of the city council members and I asked that they pull that item off of the consent agenda so that we could speak about it. So if somebody's here with a grant or a claim or something like that, all they have to do is let their supervisor know, hey, I hope we get to talk about this. Could you please have them pull that from the consent agenda? Or if you've heard from that person and you see that they're here and they're in your district, well, you probably take it upon yourself to pull it off. So that way we can have a discussion about it. It makes it more streamlined. It doesn't take the voice of anybody away. You always have the choice to be able to pull something if you think it needs to be discussed. Thank you.
Supervisor Fari.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to remind my fellow supervisors about zoning changes. A zoning change is brought forward to this county board from the Planning and Zoning Committee is only within the areas of the county that they have jurisdiction for. Zoning changes within a town, as an example, outside of the shoreline zoning district would be brought in for approval. It's run through the process by the County Planning and Zoning Committee, but the actual approval is brought forward by the supervisor of that district. So I'm not sure the zoning is going to work, because you could have a lot of pulled, really. So just some thoughts.
Supervisor Cox.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There has to be a last-minute grab for that item that you let go into the box that you're trying to vote all at once. In other words, the grouping that you have designated a consent vote. At the last minute, somebody may have come in late, or at the last minute wants to question something in that box. You've got to be able to let him pull it out, or let somebody pull it out so it can be discussed. You can't throw a consent box up around some things just to get it through and jam it through without allowing full discussion on any of those items. Okay? So somewhere along the line, you've got to be able to pull those out at the last minute or worse, just before a vote.
Supervisor Robinson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So when is this consent agenda made up and by whom? By the chair?
Correct, yes, by the chair.
And when is it made up? Is it made up like a week before the meeting or?
It's part of the agenda. So usually our agenda is published a week before and
Right,
sent
but
out.
who decides what to put on here though?
The chair. Just like right now, the chair decides what the agenda is in general.
So how would he know to put the proper things on there? How would you know that? Because you're the chair?
Yeah, I would defer to the chair for his
tell you
input.
Because we've also done it in our school, and it
Okay.
works just great. But what they do is they go ahead and you have a consent agenda of whatever you want in that packet. If somebody wants it pulled, they can pull it, but then that consent agenda is approved, and then you can go back and talk about that right afterwards. You don't wait until
So-
long ways on. But now to get to your answer, we'd go ahead and we'd look to see what's all on the agenda and that, and what can be grouped together. You know,
I
can
see.
something be grouped together? Can, you know,
So,
say
so,
we,
so whatever is polled on that evening, would that get discussed that evening?
Correct, yes.
Correct, okay.
Yeah, it's just a
Okay.
matter of, it then moves from that box, the consent agenda, to a regular item on the agenda.
Okay, thank you, that's all I got.
Supervisor Harrison.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A couple questions come up, like the city council, how many people are on theirs? Is it 7?
For Oshkosh,
City council?
Yeah, I believe it's 7.
How many are on the board for this Illinois?
I don't know the answer to that.
And the only point I'm making there is, a lot of them are probably under 10. We're talking about 36 people making decisions and pulling things. And then as I look at this, you know, Mr. Chairman is going to be making, and he does, it seems like the agendas now, you know, the simple things are on top, and what we get dragged on seems like the resolution's down farther. And we're not gonna do, the resolutions really won't ever show up in here, really, right? And the resolutions are the ones that were, seems to be the one where you get stick in the mud. You got 20 or 30 resolutions, everyone has an opinion of 36, and that's where a lot of the time is.
Right.
This stuff, I think the chairman has done really well at keeping it on the top. It's just the meat at the bottom is what's kind of dragging us. And 36
Well-
people are going to make a little bit different than 7 or 8 in a smaller. That's all I'm saying, you know.
Right, and that's part of the point, right, is that for those items that there isn't going to be discussion or a lot of debate, you know, I think someone had said, this is not going to save 2 hours, no, but this is just about making the meeting run more effectively. And if there are areas where there's not going to be, we don't expect there to be a lot of discussion, versus going through Roberts and going through the individual item, right? It's just saying, nope, these items are all kind of together. So that's really all this is, and it really is just a tool that the chair can use in facilitating the meeting.
Can you give me like an example of something other than, you know, announcements and parking things, stuff like that would be in there that has meat on it?
We did something tonight, I can tell you that, if you don't
Okay,
mind.
okay.
This appointments, the 3 appointments, we did it, but this would all been consent agenda. We could have just had all 3 of them at once, had the names, numbers, motion made, second, and approved. And that's kind of what we did tonight, but that all would have been in there. That would have been part of your consent agenda.
Okay, but sometimes, just before that, Mr. Chairman, don't you say, do you want to do this all as one, or do you want to do them individually, right? So now you're taking that away. We'd be just putting it on there, and it'd all be one
Right.
group,
Yep.
right? So we'd save a little time there.
Yes,
And
at
I
the
understand what you're
discretion
trying-
of the chair.
I understand what you're trying to do, and it
Yeah.
makes sense. I'm just trying to, when I look at these long meetings, this isn't where a lot of it is. I mean, you're going to trim a lot of it
It's
down.
part, right? And
Right, right.
and I think
Yeah.
we've talked about this at JPS from time to time, and that is that I don't think there's going to be one answer.
Okay.
Just like the 2-minute limit wasn't the answer. Our meetings still run longer, right? But it's a matter of looking at how we can make this meeting run more effectively. And this is one tool. It's not going to be the be-all, end-all, but it's one tool that we could try and leverage and see if this makes an improvement. It may not, but we won't know that until we try it.
It'll just make it, I mean, it's being done now to be a little more organized group that the chair
Right.
will have, and then you'll have a chance to one or two, but won't be many about it. The meat is what I'm always worried about taking a lot of time. That's all I'm saying.
Right, and that's a whole nother bailiwick.
Thank you for your information.
You bet.
I see nothing else, so I thank you very much, unless you have something else to add.
All right, no, I'm good. Thank you.
Thank you. Next presenter is Land and Water Conservation Department, possible ARPA fund proposal for a water quality improvement project. Chad Casper, Director of the Winnebago County Land and Water Conservation. I'm going to say this right away. Don't get all excited when you see the word ARPA. It says ARPA. It's just a word that's put in there, so don't everybody get excited. We're not talking ARPA tonight. This is he's bringing into this presentation. Like Mike's on. Don't worry about the word ARPA. This has nothing to do with ARPA. He's bringing in a presentation tonight. This could possibly qualify, but we're not talking ARPA tonight, so let's not even get on that. Mr. Casper.
Okay, thank you. Again, my name is Chad Casper. I'm the Director of the Land and Water Conservation Department. So we're going to go over the proposal for the funds for our department tonight. And like Mr. Chairman stated, the process is going through the ARPA Commission for really resetting and how those funds are going to be spent. And then we would follow the procedures on what's approved through that commission and through the county board. So this would be the proposal moving forward if those funds were allocated. Okay. We are good here. All right. So the proposal for the department, the ask would be for a little over $3 million, and I'll go into the different practices that would be part of these funds. Oops, this keeps going here. Oh, is that you? Okay. Okay, back in business here. All right, so the proposal from our department is around a $3 million ask. I'll go over some of those practices that would come up to that total amount. I really want to point out this is a long-term project. So we're looking 10 to 15 years, probably more closer to 15 years, and I'll kind of get into those details about conservation and how it takes time to get practices installed on the landscape. We used a 90% cost share. Our department typically does a 70% cost share, so going 90%, it's going to be easier to get conservation on the land with the landowners within the county, but I don't like to pay 100%. A couple reasons. It's going to make our money go further, and I always like to have the landowners have a little skin in the game. They take better care of the practices, and I really don't like doing 100% cost share. And then if these funds were approved, our committee would ultimately approve how they're allocated within the department. Okay, so just real quickly, the mission of our department is to provide competent professional services in the planning, design, and implementation of programs and projects that protect, restore, and sustain the natural resources of Winnebago County. So in a nutshell, everything we do is protecting the resources of the county, and more specifically, water quality is the main drive of our department to protect water quality within the county. So a little background of the county. I'm going to try to remember off the top of my head here. We're about 570, I'm going to have to look, 579 square miles is the area of the county. About a quarter of that is water, and about 3/4 of it is land. This is the largest area of any inland surface water in the state of Wisconsin. So that represents about 10% of the water is located right in our backyard in Winnebago County. So it's a tremendous resource that we have here. There's about 151,000 acres of agricultural land. And because of the resources that we have, it receives heavy recreational use. Everything from fishing, boating, swimming, hunting, trapping. This weekend is the opening of the sturgeon spearing. So again, a tremendous resource that we have. It brings in tournaments come to the system. I think there's well over 100 tournaments. So we want to do everything we can to protect this valuable resource. Lake Winnebago provides drinking water to over 200,000 people, and it's all located in the Fox Wolf Basin. That's about a 5,700 square mile watershed that ultimately drains to Lake Winnebago. So it's a huge watershed coming to that lake. Okay, so we have this amazing resource, but there's still a lot of work that needs to be done. All the lakes are they're on the 303D impaired waters list according to the clean water section. That's due to state water quality standards not being met, and that's due to total phosphorus, suspended solids, and excessive algae growth. So those sources are coming from all different areas. I mentioned the size of the watershed, so there's a lot of agriculture draining to these lakes. We have an urban county here where you have pollutants getting into the water bodies as well from urban uses. We have point sources, so that's your pipe going right into the lakes. There's some of these places discharge pipes that provide problems. We have internal loading, so this is the sediment on the bottom of the lakes that have washed here over hundreds of years. That sediment has phosphorus attached to it, so when that lake bottom gets stirred up, it releases the phosphorus, and that's what they call legacy phosphorus. So we're dealing with that in these lakes. And then artificially high water levels. There were dams installed in Neenah and Menasha for water power generation and navigation, and this raised the water levels on the Winnebago system by about 3 feet. And that caused a lot of problems with wind action, wave action, and ice action. So we've lost a lot of our wetlands due to those artificially high water levels. So I want to get into now some of what we call the best management practices that are going to help improve water quality in the county if some funds were allocated. So the first one would be what we call a harvestable buffer program. And all this is, it's a strip of permanent vegetation along a stream or a creek, usually about 50 to 150 feet wide. And what we would do is we would enter farmers into contracts, either a 10 or a 15-year contract to leave that buffer in place. So what they're able to do then is they can harvest this buffer 2 to 3 times a year. And by harvesting that buffer, it's going to take up some of the nutrients and chemicals. And also having that buffer in place, that's stabilizing the soil from going into the creeks. So that's permanently vegetated, holding the soil in place, and then if you get any runoff coming towards that water body, it's going to filter through that buffer before it gets into the stream. So the land stays in production for the farmer. So this is where it's really going to be a much easier sell for us, where the farmer can still go in and use it for feed for livestock. So another big push within our department are soil health initiatives. So what that is installing or planting no-till and cover crops. So we would provide a payment for farmers per acre for doing no-till and cover crops. And the reason for that is there is a really big learning curve with farmers from traditional farming going to what I'll call conservation farming, not working that ground so much. So having that payment is going to take away a little bit of the risk for the farmer to do it. It takes about 4 to 6 years for soil health initiatives to really prove themselves. And there's extra cost, whether they buy new machinery, they may have to modify their machinery. There's a lot of machinery that's available to rent. Outagamie County has a lot of soil health equipment that can be rented, so these payments would help with some of those costs. So these practices as far as water quality, you have just picture soil like traditionally farmed with that open soil, and you get a 2-inch rain. That soil is going to get picked up and carried off the farm field and end up in our lakes and streams and back to the phosphorus attached to it. So if you have cover crops in and a growing cover year-round, it's going to hold that soil in place. If it's going to rain, it's going to keep the soil where it should stay. It's going to sequester more carbon because you have a living plant material out there all the time. And it's going to improve wildlife habitat. It's essentially like a big food plot out there with these cover crops, so it's going to provide food for wildlife, great for pollinators. The soil health, you're going to improve microbial activity, and also your organic matter increases with time. And then there's better profits and better yields with time. So it, again, takes time to prove itself with the farmers, and that's why you enter them into a contract so they stick with it to see the benefits of soil health. Wetland restorations and enhancements. So these are areas where farmers trying to get in the field to maybe farm, they can only get in there maybe once every 3 or 4 years. So we work with the farmer to get it restored back to the wetland that it once was. So this example here, this was a project we did off of Highway 91. The farmer was trying to farm this area and was struggling. It kept getting flooded out. So we went in and we borrowed soil, or took soil, what they call wetland scrapes, and then we used that soil to build a berm. So now all that water comes through there that was gullying through that area. It stops the water, it provides flood storage, And then that water is cleaned up by the plants and released at a slower rate, so the water's cleaner when it leaves the site. Also, excellent wildlife habitat and recreational opportunities as well. So waterway systems, these are areas where there's a concentrated flow in a farm field and they're experiencing gully erosion. Back in the day when I got out in the field more, that's me standing in about a 5-foot gully there doing a survey. But that was what the farmer was dealing with, these awful gullies that were coming through the field. And we go in and we look at the drainage area, we calculate how big that waterway should be, we shape it, well, a contractor shapes it, gets seeded down, and then it's stable. So it's not eroding anymore. And then anything draining to that from the watershed, that sediment settles out, and then the water moves on and it improves water quality. Also improves drainage for the farmer as well, doing these types of projects. These are barnyard runoff control systems, so it's kind of self-explanatory. If we have a barnyard that manure is getting into surface water, we want to work with that farmer to control that runoff. So it would be maybe putting in roof gutters or putting in a system that collects the manure and lets the liquids go, and then that might go through a filter strip so it cleans the water up before it moves on to surface water. So that's going to prevent fish kills, and it's also going to help livestock health as well. So manure pit abandonments. So if they're manure pits, we have a bunch of them in the county that may be sitting there idle. It can pose a threat to our groundwater. So we want to go in and properly abandon the pits. So what we do is we remove all the manure, and then we excavate all the contaminated soil, and it all gets applied to an approved nutrient management plan. And then we go in, we disable how the manure was transferred into the pit, and then we seal that pit off to take away the threat to the aquifer. So it's just another practice that we do through our department. Okay, so this one is an example. This is an older example. On Lake Poygan, that's what this is. So the top photo that you see in 1941, we put a reference line on there, and that's where the wetland was in 1941. And then we fast forwarded to the most current year at the time. This is a while back. But this site was losing 1 to 2 acres of wetland every year. So it just kind of tells a story of the forces out there with the high water, the ice, the wind and wave action. So what do you do to protect those wetlands and restore them? We do offshore breakwaters. So our department, I would say, is a leader in the state, if not the region, in designing and installing these types of practices. We've done well over 6 miles on the Winnebago system. And the idea behind it is we build most of them on the ice because it's the most cost-effective way of doing it. And we don't put them right up against that wetland. So the bottom photo that you see here, it's adjacent to the wetland, and what that does is it creates a break. When those waves hit that break wall, there's a calm water behind it, and then those native plants naturally start growing behind the break wall. So you can see that dark color on the bottom left photo, that's crystal clear water you can see right down to the bottom compared to the outside where it's that dirty, turbid water. So really unique practice. It's improves water quality. It's those plants anchor the lake bottom. I talked about legacy phosphorus. So the bottom is stabilized, those plants are taking up nutrients, and it's tremendous wildlife and fisheries habitat as well. Okay, shoreline habitat restoration. These are smaller projects. We work with people on lakes and streams to put in a native buffer. So they're going to be like native grasses, native wildflowers, and we work with them, and they're usually 20 feet to 35 feet wide. It's a diversity of the different plants, and what that does is the deep root structures can go down almost 15 feet with these native plants. So those roots are going to help hold that shoreline, and also anything washing off the yard is going to go through that filter and clean the water before it ends up in the lakes or the streams. Another nice thing with these buffers are the native plants. They die off about 60% every year, and that creates voids in the soil. So with time, as those plants mature, we get better infiltration of water as well. So collectively, these can help hold water on site more and prevent flooding. The other thing is they're great for pollinators, and we really like to design them. I call it a fireworks display of wildflowers. So we have things blooming from spring all the way till fall. It's great for the pollinators to have the wildflowers there for them, but then the people that live on these sites, they have the interest of the different colors throughout the whole season. So we really work closely with the landowners when designing these. Well abandonments, when wells are left unused, it can pose a threat to contaminating other wells. So if a contaminant gets into a well that's not abandoned, it can migrate to a good well and contaminate that aquifer. So we have a program that we would go in and put a product called bentonite in. The well driller would do that, and that expands and seals that well from further pollutants and caps it off, so the threat isn't there anymore. Rain gardens is another small practice we do, more in an urban setting. So this is a shallow depression where it collects water off of a roof or a driveway. So again, we use the native plants with those deep root structures, and it keeps the water in place. One rain garden in a 1-inch rainfall can collect almost 1,500 gallons of water. So think collectively, if we got more of these in with the flooding issues, how much that would help. Also with, runoff can come across the parking lot, pick up chemicals. If we can keep it on site, it recharges that aquifer and helps with that. And also great for pollinators, and just like the other buffers, it's that fireworks display that we're working for with the landowner and the pollinators. So our department, we're not out there just doing all these practices. We have plans in place. We recently got our Winnebago County Land and Water Resource Management Plan approved. That's a 10-year plan that really sets the guidelines and the goals for my department. Oops. And then we also recently got a lake management plan approved. It was a collaborative effort with Calumet, Fond du Lac County, Fox Wolf Watershed Alliance, and DNR. And this plan is a plan for the entire Winnebago system, which was a huge undertaking, but that really sets some of the goals and guidelines for the lakes. So this is just one example of the component of the lake management plan. Our department did a shoreline inventory just in Winnebago County. And I just want to point out, one of the things we identified was shoreline erosion. In Winnebago County alone, we have between 13 and 14 miles that is actively eroding shoreline in this county. So there's a lot of work to be done. Then we ranked it from low, moderate to high. So my focus would be, if funds were awarded to the department, is we'd focus on those worst sites first. So get the biggest bang for our buck in getting those sites protected. We also have a Healthy Land, Healthy Water 9 Key Element Watershed Plan. This board adopted that in 2001. The EPA and DNR is currently reviewing that, and that hopefully will be approved this year. But what that did for our county is, you see all the sub-watersheds in the county there and all the different colors. It ranked them from the worst pollutant sub-watershed to the least. And right now, my focus for the department is we're working in the worst pollutant sub-watershed right now. We got a small grant to work on soil health initiatives, and the idea is to work through the county with the money that we get. And these funds would really, really kickstart those efforts in getting conservation on the landscape. Just real quickly, this is a tool we use. It's called eval. It's a GIS-based tool from the DNR. So this looks at a number of different things, your soil types, your slopes, and it basically spits out your highest risk of erosion on the landscape. So our department would look at this, we compare it with aerial photos, and then we focus in on doing our outreach with our landowners so we can get those worst sites protected first. Okay, so I mentioned our projects take time. I can't emphasize that enough, that it does take time. We have limited funding in our department. The costs, like everything else in the world, have been coming in extremely high. We're getting bids back that are double, if not triple, what they were just a couple years ago. It takes a lot of outreach and education with landowners and farmers to sell conservation. And then once you get a commitment, that's the green light for our department to go out. We survey, we do the engineering design, and then if there's permits needed, we get those permits secured. And then it goes out on request for proposals. So all the work that we do goes out on request for proposals, and then it's local contractors that are building these projects in the county. Construction can cause delays. An example is right now we should be building break walls on Lake Butamore, and we all know how warm it is. We don't have enough ice, so that's going to get delayed till next year, so that can cause setbacks. And then a monitoring component is something I'm trying to do more in our department to really show the value of all the great work we do. Okay, so concluding here, I just want to point out the use of the funds would be a long-term project, 10, more likely than 15 years it would take, working towards the goals set in all the management plans that I talked about. The allocation of the funds to the department would be used on legacy projects, with the primary focus being to improve water quality in the county. Some of these projects will be here when I'm long gone, and the public can enjoy them and keep our water clean for years to come within the county. So in ending, I just want to state that future generations would benefit from these investments made in the county if a portion of the funds were allocated to the Land and Water Conservation Department. Thank you.
Supervisor Powers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chad, that was really a fascinating presentation. And I really want to thank you and your staff for all that you do to protect the waterways in Winnebago County. It's important work.
Thank you.
I have one question about the rain garden, collecting water off of roofs and stuff. Does that draw mosquitoes? How do you, what
No,
happens
so-
to those? Thank you.
So that's a good question. So we get a lot of calls on rain gardens, and people think they should go in the area where the water's sitting on their property, and that's not the case. So a rain garden, you want the water to soak in within 48 hours. That's the idea. Mosquitoes and then the plants too. You don't want your plants to be under water that long. So as these rain gardens mature, the water does start to infiltrate faster and faster. Like I mentioned, with that root structure dying off 60% each year, it just gets better and better with infiltration, but not all sites are good. You don't want standing water in a rain garden, no.
Thank you.
Yep.
Supervisor Dowling.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for the presentation. I was just curious, I saw on your map that you showed Lake Winnebago, Lake Poygan, but I can't help but notice that Little Lake Butamore wasn't included. That's just to the north. Is that a part of the map, or are there no issues in that area?
That is impaired as well.
Okay.
Yes, that is included.
Okay,
Yep.
perfect, thank
Yep,
you.
You're welcome.
Supervisor Eisen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chad, I'd like to ask if you could help us understand some of the ABCs of land and water. I heard you mention these grants that are given to private landowners. Now, you're suggesting that the distribution will be 90 and 10. In other words, Winnebago County would pay for 90% of whatever that project is, and the landowner would pay 10%.
Right.
Does this apply equally to corporate and non-corporate municipalities? I live in the village of Fox Crossing. I live on the north shore of Lake Winnebago. I know in the past that I've had assistance from Land and Water when it was the town of Menasha. Now that it's a village, an incorporated municipality, would there be the same service and perhaps grant assistance available to a corporate resident as well as a non-corporate resident?
I would say yes. It would be up to the committee to approve that, my Land Conservation Committee, but if there's a resource concern, I would not have an issue doing that.
So there's another layer of bureaucracy you'd have to go through the village and then go to Land and Water.
Correct.
Okay.
Yep.
And the last thing that I want to elicit and to enlighten is that when we make the investment into that real estate for the private owner, whether it be runoff to a manure operation, or whether it be a rain garden protecting the shore of a pond or lake, these are improvements made to the property. And my understanding is that the investment in these improvements run with the land. So if you just put in a new riprap shoreline for my property, and I was to sell it to another purchaser, whatever those improvements that you have invested in with these state and federal monies and county monies would have to be encumbered upon the next owner. In other words, they'd have to, if there were certain restrictions or reportings or any guidelines that applied to the land, it runs with the land. So the next owner has to, do whatever you would have to have done having the work done.
That's exactly right. So a majority of our practices, once they get installed, we have them entered in what's called a cost share agreement that allocates the money for our projects, and then once it's installed, that gets recorded on the deed. So if someone were to sell the property, that's going to be flagged that they need to maintain it, and we have an operation and maintenance plan for each practice that we do that needs to be maintained.
Thank you.
Supervisor Gabbard.
Great presentation, Chad, so thank you for that. I'll
Thank
make
you.
this quick. No-till for the farmers. Is there a fee per acre that you pay? Is that somewhere written? And where I'm going with this, if I had a bunch of farmland and I'm renting it out at so much an acre, and you're saying, we'd like you to join this program, or I'm interested in joining, is there a fee that you pay?
Yeah, so this would have to be, again, approved by the committee, but how I came up with my numbers, it was around $89 an acre to do no-till and cover crops,
Okay.
is how that would be broken out. And that'd be per acre, and then we'd enter into, I don't know if it'd be a 3-year contract yet or 4, but we would have to work that through, but that's the payment we were looking at when we came up with the estimate.
Okay, and then to do with, I'll lump this together, the harvester buffer, the no-till, do these people, taxpayers, constituents, whatever, do they come to you, or are you searching, you're looking at your maps and going and saying, Mr. Smith or Mr. Jones or whatever, we think you're a good candidate for a buffer?
Yep. Yep. So we get kind of a combination of both. We get a lot of people coming through our door asking for assistance. The farmers, a lot of the farmers know our department and the value that we have within our department, but there's a lot that don't, where we have to do more outreach, in my opinion. And that's how we're going to meet the goals in our plans, but it is going to take money, and it's going to take education, outreach, sitting at farmers' tables and really talking about conservation and different tools we have in the toolbox for cost sharing.
And then the erosion of the shoreland. So I live on Lake Butamore, and that is happening. So, and I know that you went by boat, I believe, and did a survey of the shorelands. So if you see that there's an area where there's quite a bit of erosion, we don't all have riprap shores and all that,
Yeah.
then would you have a meeting of those particular shoreland owners in a neighborhood and make your suggestions at that point?
That is kind of we haven't done that yet because we haven't had enough cost sharing to do that, to be able to. We've been able to allocate the funds we do have, but if we had a bigger pot of money, that's the approach we would take. We would look at the highest erosion first and see what that would look like as far as maybe lineal feet of what we'd have to protect, and then set up a meeting, start doing outreach with those landowners on the lakes to get those areas protected.
You'd always have the owners involved
Oh,
in
100%.
whatever process is going
They
on.
they have to live with it. They are right there at the table making
Okay.
those calls,
All
definitely.
right, thank you
Yep.
very much.
Yep.
Supervisor Buck.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your presentation. Thank you to Supervisor Farr. I know he works hard on this. As an avid sportsman and somebody who can't drink the water at their own house from our well, just appreciate the work that you guys do. A few questions that I have. Number one being, you mentioned that we're the leader in maybe the area. Calumet County, Fond du Lac, are they adopting the same processes in your plan there? So, I mean, obviously, on the other side of the lake in Calumet County, they're not adopting any of these processes, the phosphorus goes into the water, we still have algae, that kind of stuff like that. So, we can't be the only ones doing this.
No, definitely not. When I referred to that, that was more a leader with offshore break walls I was referring to in general, just because of the lake-adjacent wetlands that we have on the Winnebago system, more specifically Butamore, Poygan, and Winneconne. Our county, just because of those lakes, is why we're a leader, because those are the areas we're trying to protect. When you get on the east shore of Winnebago, that's straight up riprap on the shore. There aren't a lot of opportunities to restore a lot of those lake-adjacent wetlands. So that's what I was referring to as a leader.
But the other counties will be, they're, adopting some of these same practices?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. all right,
Definitely,
Okay.
yes.
And then can you point to any circumstances, I know you had the one, where one of these mitigation efforts would result in, no fish dying, is there a lot of these instances? There's just a few that you can think of off the top of your head, but some of these mitigation efforts that are going to stop pollution and fish dying and that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I mean, there have been a lot of fish kills, but as far as, are you talking like some of the runoff off the barnyards, that sort of thing? Or?
Yeah. Any of these mitigation effort, no-till, I mean, any of these efforts that you're looking at doing?
Yeah, yep. So it's, again, it's doing that outreach. We're doing a barnyard inventory right now, so we're going to identify those bad sites. I mean, we have a small staff. We can't see everything, so we're trying to do as much as we can to be proactive and identify these sites, and then work with them to get a solution for it and fix the problem. So I don't know if that answers your question. Exactly.
I'm just looking for saying, yeah, we have dozens of examples of if our mitigation efforts would be in place, that this would not have happened.
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Yes, we've done a lot of these types of projects in my career. So in place, yeah, I would be preventing a lot of pollution from getting into our streams.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Yep, thank you.
Supervisor Hanson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Chad, for that presentation. I like the ideas. My concern, or not concern, my question is 3 million may sound like a lot, but as you noted, costs are increasing. Have you or the committee made a priority list so that, say, out of 6 projects, all of them get finished, and that we're not coming back 3 years or 5 years from now needing to vote for funding to finish the project?
Mm-hmm. So how those estimates came up, we have all the numbers broken down, and I did share that tonight because it was getting into the weeds with a lot of the numbers, but I think that would be, it'd be a process to identify the highest priority sites, and you're right, the money's going a lot faster now than what it has, but I would really like to focus the money first on those worst sites, and that would be what I would propose to the committee if we had a handful of projects being brought forward. And I don't know if we would do that on an annual basis yet or what that process would be, but I feel like some of the inventories and some of the things we're doing can kind of prioritize some of that work. So we have models that show like soil erosion, like how much phosphorus sediment is coming off of a field. We can really focus our efforts on those worst sites first, and that would be the approach I would like to take, again, to get the biggest bang for our buck on these dollars. Yep.
Supervisor Haran.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Chad. This was terrific. I've got a couple of questions for you, and I want everybody to understand. I'm on the Land and Water Committee, and it is fascinating. Driving between here and Madison, and in fact on County Road A, you can see where the no-till is happening, and those fields are green. So that's number one. Question for you is controlled burns, are they beneficial?
Definitely. For prairies, they're definitely beneficial, yes.
Thank you. I need to go about doing that out in Saxville.
I can tell you it's a dramatic difference after a burn. If your prairie hasn't been burned, you'll be shocked at the change after one burning. It's pretty amazing.
That's interesting. So that was it. I wanted to talk about driving to Madison and County Road A. I've got it all written down and controlled burn. Thank you so much.
Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, like Kay, I sit on the Land and Conservation Committee. Didn't quite know what I was getting into. very pleased that I got on that and been able to see some of these projects. My business is just to the north of the Winnebago Bridge, and farther north is a cane bed that for the last 50 years I've watched it get smaller and smaller and smaller. Within the last couple of years, with the help of Chad and the Conservation Committee, they have built a break wall there that anytime you go across the bridge, if you ever go across there when there's a 20-mile-an-hour northwest wind, you can absolutely see the benefits and the advantages of all those rock break walls they've been putting in. So appreciate all the hard work you do and enjoy being on that committee.
Great, thank you.
Supervisor Schellinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for the presentation, really interesting. So the $3 million, I assume, like, represents a fraction of what could be done, right, over this 10 to 15 years, correct?
Correct, yeah.
Like, really, really big ballpark range of, like, what would that, like, if, you know, if somebody, like, writes you a check and forgets to fill in the number, what number do you put in there? I mean, you know, right, is this like 3%? Is it 1%? Is it 20% of what conservation projects might be out there?
That's tough. I would have to crunch more numbers. This is, to give you an example, the soil health part of it, to come up with the estimate, was 3,000 acres. Break walls were 4,000 feet, so it's a fraction. I could add, like I said, 13 miles is eroding in Winnebago County. I mean, I could look more closely at it, but it's a portion, but not even close to what we would need to do everything. But you don't get buy-in from everybody either, so.
Right.
With that being said.
Yeah, then that's my next question. So, right, I was kind of trying to track with the question Supervisor Gabbard was asking, but I think more specifically, like, right now, do you have people at your door saying, I want to be part of the program, and you're prioritizing what money you have?
Yeah, right now we are. I mean, the last 2 weeks, we had 3 shoreline projects come through the door. So just to give you an example. But yeah, we have farmers asking about the soil health initiatives, if we have any funding for those types of things, and we're limited right now on that. So we do have people asking, and as we do more outreach, it's going to become more and more. It seems to really spread, like when we do a project in one spot, the neighbors see it and the phone starts ringing. That's pretty typical in our world.
Yeah, I probably a little different, but I know in my neighborhood, as soon as one neighbor put in rain barrels and got the credit for storm water, all of a sudden they're growing like flowers.
Yep.
So I think really cool presentation. I think yeah, I guess I don't really have any other questions right now other than trying to help move this along.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Eisen.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, Chad, you're talking about a 90-10 cost share. That's pretty rich, with the county paying 90% and the landowner only having to pay 10%. I've had the privilege of serving on Land and Water about a dozen years ago, and at that time, when these type projects came through, it was typically a 50-50 split between the owner and the county or fed or state monies. You know, how do you justify that rich
Yeah, so
ratio?
So right now, like I mentioned, we're at a 70%, and we do get conservation on the land, but it's a hard sell for farmers willing to give up land. 90% would help those efforts, especially with the increased costs. These break walls, a lot of time, are done on private lake bed. So if you have, for example, a $200,000 break wall, and they're kicking in 10%, they're still on the hook for $20,000 for a break wall in a lake for the landowner. That's at 90%. Now, if you do 70%, you could do the math. So it's a starting point for the ask. Again, this would have to be run through committee. Maybe it would be a lower cost share and we just get more work done. But that's how we came up with the numbers with the 90%, because we thought it'd be an easier sell to get more on the land.
Whatever the traffic will bear. Thank you.
Yes.
Supervisor Bender.
I would just like to say, Chad, when I was on Land and Water, it was hard to get people at the 70%, and farmers are struggling as it is. The cost of tractors, they're basically $300-some thousand. They buy extra farmland, that's $12,000 an acre. So the 90%, we need to get the work done to clean up the water. And what could we do to get the work done in 5 to 8 years instead of 10 to 15 years so that we see that water quality a little bit sooner?
Well, it would take a lot more boots on the ground and people. That's what it would be. I would try to be realistic with the number of staff I have. That's why I'm looking around a 15-year time frame. So, I mean, if we wanted to do it in 5 to 8, it would take smaller army to get out there and get it sold and oversee construction. And it's a lot of work from designing to overseeing construction to the grant writing. Everything takes a lot of time.
What would you mean by, another 5 staff, 3 staff? Well, how many staff are we talking?
Well, I think we'd want to double the staff if you wanted to get it done in half the amount of time. That's just a quick thought. I'd have to think about it a little more, but.
It's something that needs to be done. It's clean water for the future generation, and the longer we let it go, the more pollutants that basically, go in the water. And I was just amazed, like on a farm field, you can put over 16,000 gallons of liquid manure per acre.
Right.
So you can imagine when they put that on there and the field's tiled, and then we get an inch or 2 of rain, how much of that's going right into our lakes and streams? Yeah. So it's something that we urgently need to get a control on.
Yeah, and one thing I want to point out too with the manure application is with the soil health initiatives, we're really promoting low disturbance manure application. So it doesn't work up the ground, it just gets it under the surface a little bit so that manure stays put and it doesn't have that surface runoff. But it doesn't address the tile part of it. That is a concern when you're applying 16,000 gallons like that. So,
thanks.
Yeah. Yep, thank you.
Supervisor Ellenberger.
Thank you, Chairman. Chad, thank you very much for the presentation. I learned a lot.
Great.
Some of the questions that I had while I was listening to you, you were talking about the manure in particular, and I know that could be a big issue for some of the farms. But you talked about removing the manure, and then applying. I saw the picture, how you wasn't concreted, but it was like the.
Yes, the earthen pit.
Yeah,
Yep.
whatever you called it. Sorry.
Yep.
Sorry, I don't know the technical terms. But question is, what do you do with the manure when you remove it? Because I have chickens.
Sure.
So it's a continuous battle with
yeah.
cleaning up after my chickens. And I think I've got 3 chickens, and we're talking about a farm with, I can't imagine the amount of manure that we're talking about. So I'm just curious, what do you do with that? Sorry.
I didn't mean.
So I don't know. I can't even fathom where you put it or what you do with it and so forth. I mean, I get what you mean when you're refixing it, so that the layering and so forth. But
Yep.
what do you do when you remove it?
So the manure, almost every pit in the county has an approved, what we call a nutrient management plan.
Okay.
And there's soil samples taken in the field, and it can tell you how much nutrients that field can handle before it gets overloaded. So the farmers they're not supposed to over apply. So what we would do with for example, the abandonment is we would look at the fields where that manure would be applied to make sure there's a suitable place to land apply it to get rid of the manure. And that would be for the contaminated soil underneath as well. So we get the manure out, we excavate until we don't see a layer of manure, and then we deem it clean. But it all has to be according to a nutrient management plan, and farmers are supposed to be following those nutrient management plans. It's state statute. We just can't watch every single field, but we do the best we can with
Thank
that.
you.
Yep.
Supervisor Harrison.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I got a history question I'm just asking, okay? Because I'm a new supervisor.
Okay.
So I guess I'm looking back. This is a $3 million ask for 10 to 15.
Yep.
Can you look back and tell me when the last time you came to county board and asked for X amount of money? And that would be first. And then if you told me it tripled. So if I said you might have asked for $1 million way back, did you do that? Or is it just dragged and that's why we're at this point?
The last ask, and I'm trying to remember what year it was. Chuck, you might remember, but I think it was 1996 or 1998. We got a water quality improvement program that was funded at $100,000 each year for our department. That's dwindled back. It was down to 87,000 last year. I got it back up to 94,000. But that is the last ask that I can remember coming to this board for water quality initiatives. And there was actually a survey sent out to the county constituents asking if they would support an increase in their tax for water conservation work, and it was surprisingly supportive across the board with the public.
So in that now, was that a 10-year plan or is it?
That was ongoing. So we have to get it approved in our budget each year, but it was approved to go on.
So this is the first time now we got a plan for 10 to 15, right? Or did we have that before?
We got state money years back, and they called it the Priority Watershed Program. That's long gone now, but as far as the county, this would be more of a long-range plan and a bigger ask. It's never been done to my awareness.
Well, that's the next question. Again, a lot of things that, as a new supervisor that I've been looking to, there's been a lot of things that were missed or maintenance fell apart or things are falling apart. So now I think if that's what the ask was way back then, a long time ago, and now you're looking at 3 million, you know, again, not trying to spend more money, but is that enough? And then are we getting 50 or 40% of the farmers or the landowners participating in this plan? Or is it, do you know what percentage about are?
I have the numbers, you know, how many barnyards, how many wetland restorations. I would have to, again, crunch numbers to look at that, but
Is it more than 50%?
it's not 50%.
It's not 50 that are
No.
participating?
No, it
So
wouldn't
there's
be
a lot of
50.
opportunity out there?
There is.
If they would buy into it at the 90, right?
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
And
And,
then-
you know, if these funds were allocated, and we needed more money, you know, it could leverage other funds for other grants, but, you know, grants get to be cumbersome and a lot of work, and this would be just a really nice way to focus and really get some good things done in the county.
I hear you. I mean, like grants and all that, a certain amount of money, but with that fancy word out there that no one wants to talk about, with this extra money, you're always asking, but, you know, I guess as a supervisor, you know, I hope I'm here in another 2 years or 4 years like some of the other ones are here. But again, I'm thinking not just now, it's like, can it help us in the future? What, am I doing everything? Am I just looking at today and not looking back? I want to look at the past, I want to look at the future, and then did I do the right thing for my grandchildren and my kids? Or am I just putting Band-Aids on stuff, you know what I mean? And
Sure.
that's all. And I love your presentation, it was great, I learned a lot about it.
Great.
And I know by going around the different things in the county, we have a lot of needs, you know, and I mean, not wants, needs, things that are bad that have to be fixed, so I appreciate your time. Thank
Yeah,
you.
yeah, I think we're fortunate. We do have a gem in our backyard with the Winnebago system. I think it could be promoted more, and we want to do everything we can to protect it, and these funds would really, really help that, so.
Thank you very much, Chad, for the great presentation. It held a lot of interest of the board tonight, a lot of good questions, so again, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
At this time, the presentation of the 2023-2027 Capital Improvement Plan CIP and 2023 projects by, well, we got Paul Kaiser, Director of Finance, and Mike Collard, Director of Administration to start it off with. Or is Paul gonna go up by himself? Paul's gonna go up by himself. You should all have a book on your desk tonight.
Good evening, everybody. I've met some of you, but this is probably my first introduction to a lot of you. I was hired 2.5 months ago as the finance director. One of the first projects that Mike gave me was to put together the CIP plan. I'm just going to give you a little bit of background so you kind of know me a little bit. I am from Oshkosh, Wisconsin. I was born here. I went to Oshkosh North High School. I went to UWO. Graduated there, and I worked in private industry for probably 35 years. Started as a auditor, worked in a manufacturing company down in Fond du Lac. I had Wells Vehicle Electronics, which is right across the street from Mercury Marine. Went through a whole bunch of things at Wells Vehicle Electronics, being bought by the Carlisle Group, the Rank Group, and then the final one was being bought by NGK Spark Plugs, which did allow me to go to Japan twice, which was really nice and fun. But I was supposed to go in 2020, and then COVID hit. And then basically we parted ways in 2022. I thought about retirement, and then the position for the Director of Finance for Winnebago County came up, and I thought, oh, maybe I can do something for my county. So I applied, and Mike and John decided to hire me. So here I am. So basically, that's a little bit about my background. And basically what I did is I took all the information given to me by all the great people in the county, all the directors, all their support staff, and I put together the book. It's not information I really did much with. I just put it together with all the information they did. I've talked to lots of them about that. Put together a few colorful slides with their input, and that is the book you guys have in front of you. So unless anybody has questions of me or wants to know more about me, I think Jim is up first for airport, since it's just alphabetic. It's not in any other order. So just to make sure that there's no priority here, it's just alphabetic.
So then it'll be Jim Shell, Airport Director.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. I'll be fairly brief. I've got a couple of capital improvement project requests. I think they're pretty straightforward projects. We've got some information in your packets on the project request form, and then a couple of slides here that'll depict the two projects we're talking about. All right. So I'll actually start on the slide with the diagram behind me. So taxiway alpha is the full parallel taxi to the primary runway at the airport. So it is actually about 10,000 feet long, its total length, from the south end of the very south end of the airport, all the way up until where this diagram starts to turn yellow. So from your left to right, this direction here is pointing north along 20th Avenue corridor over here. So south of where that yellow area is depicted, we completed a project in 2020 to reconstruct 8,000 linear feet of taxiway alpha. Full depth reconstruction concrete taxiway had last been touched by and large in 1967. So the majority of that concrete, again, was 50 plus years old at that point in time. There's one remaining piece of taxiway alpha yet to be reconstructed, which is the primary area depicted in yellow here. There are a number of connecting pieces of pavement along that corridor. So there's runway connections, taxiway connections. The diagram that's up in front of you is definitely in draft format. It's meant to depict the rough scope of the rough area that would be reconstructed. But the portion in yellow with taxiway alpha that extends from the south side of runway 27, which is runway 27's right there, down to where the end of the yellow is to the south end, is the primary area for reconstruction. That was last done again in 1967. It's the most traffic piece of pavement on the entire airport, both year-round operations and then during our venture operations. So in order to get from the south side of the airfield to the north side of the airfield, that is the primary corridor for a taxi route. And so as you can imagine, 55 years concrete pavement, it's certainly time. We've had quite a number of issues with that section, with major pieces that needed to be replaced over the last few years that we've done primarily in-house with our existing staff, but there's about 2,000 feet of taxiway right there that needs to be reconstructed very soon. So what we're doing with this project, the request is for the county share, the anticipated county share of $15,000 for the design work of this project. So I'll move to that slide. We're anticipating roughly a $300,000 consulting fee for the design and engineering for this reconstruction effort. So 5% is what we're anticipating for our county funding, which typically follows the same methodology as when we reconstructed the 8,000 foot long portion of Alpha about 3 years ago now. So we typically see 90% FAA funding, 5% state, 5% local match. So we would go ultimately for construction funding next year once the design is complete. We'll have a much more defined estimate of construction costs once we have the design completed. But again, that 90% funded from the FAA is what we're kind of anticipating. That piece of Alpha that was reconstructed in 2020, we were able to get $7.5 million of FAA discretionary funding, coupled with about $500,000 of state and $500,000 of local match to reconstruct that portion at about $8.5 million. Right now, our estimate, and again, before we even get into design, is about $3.5 million for more or less everything that you see in yellow up on the slide. And so right now, the funding request to the county board is to cover our portion of the design work to start getting this taxiway, the ball rolling, the ball in motion, to where we can go for FAA discretionary funding request also for 2024. So there are a lot of moving pieces to this project, but in order to start to putting pen to paper to reconstruct that portion of taxiway, that's the request that's for you today. I don't know if you wanted to wait for questions till after my next one, or if you wanted to do them now.
Just keep going. We'll let them answer all at once.
Okay. The second project in front of you is a replacement of 2 airport fleet vehicles with the replacement of actually just one that would take their place. Currently, we're looking at replacing a 2000 GMC 3500 and a 1980 GMC Brigadier. They're both up on the screen behind me. Both of these vehicles have served their purpose at the airport for a number of years. Of course, the one from 1980 is 43 plus years old now. The truck from 1980 is certainly very costly to maintain, very costly to find replacement parts for. And the intent of this project is to fit the role of both of these trucks with one replacement vehicle. So the request is for $140,000 to essentially procure a truck that would be a replacement for both of those vehicles. The primary role of each one is snow plowing in the winter, in the summer, landscaping duties, hauling dirt, hauling different materials from one place to the other in the airport, or bring them off airport onto the field. And so we've got a number of pieces of equipment in our airport fleet, both with snow removal equipment, airfield mowing equipment, fleet vehicles, what have you. And so this project will actually reduce our number of equipment by 1 overall, help us reduce our overall maintenance costs in order to maintain one piece of equipment versus 2, and really find something that's going to be a lot more efficient to fulfill both of those roles. So the type of vehicle that we're looking to spec for replacement of both of those 2 existing trucks is in the neighborhood of a F600 Ford chassis, coupled up with, I won't go through and read all the specs behind me, but coupled up with a pretty heavy payload as far as a vehicle of that size for hauling capacity, and then also for the capacity of plowing things like our airfield access roads, our perimeter road, anything that comes in off of primarily like the 20th Avenue corridor to our tenant facilities on the airport, all the stuff landside that those vehicles typically are meant to plow outside of the perimeter fence. That's by and large what it'd be used for in that realm. So that is what we kind of are using as our specs for the cost of the amount of the request for the replacement of those 2 vehicles. So with that, I think I'd open up to any questions on either project.
I have one. Supervisor Buck.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Jim. Again, if anybody on the board hasn't taken the airport tour, I highly encourage them to do so. My perspective of what the airport was and to what I know it is now, completely different after taking the tour. Jim, Winnebago County is set to receive $763,000 through the bipartisan infrastructure plan. Are you planning on using any of those funds for any of these projects at all?
So actually, our first year of the bill funding that's allocated to the airport is going to be applied towards our current T-hangar project. We're about to break ground on that next month. And so that, of course, that project's already been approved by the board. We've gone through the whole process to get that awarded and contracts in place to get that started next month. So that first year of bill funding is dedicated towards that project. We're looking at subsequent years for the ability to use those funds on different projects, but the first one's already been kind of spoken for, so.
Fantastic news there. My next question was going to be, simply around that the grant funding through the bipartisan infrastructure plan. Obviously, there's money there for airports, and hopefully we're taking every opportunity in Winnebago County to capitalize on this historic investment. Thank you.
Supervisor Eisen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Jim, these vehicles, are they maintained by airport staff, or are they maintained by the highway department staff?
Correct. They're actually maintained by airport staff. So we have one full-time mechanic that maintains the entire airport fleet of vehicles. If there's something that he can't troubleshoot or can't fix, at times we do bring those to outside companies that repair them, but I would say 90+% of the repair work and routine maintenance that we have on our entire fleet, which is in excess of 15 pieces of equipment, our full-time mechanic handles. And so he's got very busy plate, and we handle most of it in-house, so the vast majority of it.
Thank you.
Supervisor Flom.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Jim, I have a question and kind of a request for an explanation to the board. Taxiway Alpha doesn't just serve as a taxiway, it also serves as a parking ramp during EAA for some visiting aircraft. Do you care to kind of go into that and kind of explain to the supervisors kind of how this has two purposes during AirVenture, how sometimes other aircraft will park there?
That's a great question. So the southern piece of Taxiway Alpha, look over my shoulder here. The southern piece of Taxiway Alpha that was reconstructed in 2020 actually serves as a third runway during AirVenture, so it's used for takeoff and landing operations. It's converted into a parallel runway to runway 1836. So that southern portion that was already reconstructed in 2020 was actually widened 10 feet from the previous 50-foot width to 60 feet wide, basically in the anticipation of it being used as a runway for that week out of the year. There are no runway standards at 50-foot width. There's very few runways that are 50 foot or skinnier than that out there in the country. So we got it up to the first runway standard by the FAA, which is 60-foot width. Through that reconstruction effort. The piece that's in yellow that goes from where that project left off up to the south side of runway 27 is 50-foot wide right now. Through the design process, we'll evaluate whether that needs to expand in width. But right now, that and historically, that piece in yellow has not been used as runway. That ends further to the south, we're in the portion that was already reconstructed. The piece in yellow is just used as a taxiway. The runways, and so runway 1331 and runway 5 is actually used for parking of aircraft during AirVenture. So those runways are closed as runways during AirVenture and used for parking and taxi routes. But Taxiway Alpha itself is just used in this stretch as a taxi route.
Okay, so that portion won't be used as the apron, it's just the two closed runways on the opposite side. Okay.
Correct. Yep.
And then I would also comment, if you haven't, like what Supervisor Buck said, if you haven't taken a tour of the airport, I would highly recommend it. If you go up in the tower, when I was with Jim last summer, we went up there. It's the best view in the county. So give it a shot if you haven't.
Supervisor Robinson.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Jim, all I have a question for, is there any one piece of the runway right now that needs immediate repair?
You're referring to Taxiway Alpha through here?
Any one of them, right. Alpha, or, because you said you did some repairs in 2020. So, but right now, is there any immediate thing that has to be done on that runway?
Well, we've been keeping up on the maintenance of that portion of taxiway throughout my time here and well before that. So nothing needs immediate repair right now, but the pavement condition of Taxiway Alpha is past its useful life. There are sections that we continue to, we monitor it continuously. There are sections that have spalled to the point where we have to replace, half the width of the taxiway by about 10 to 15 feet of length. So that ends up being a fairly big job for us to do in-house. Of course, we have concrete trucks come in to actually repave the area, but we do all the removal of areas like that in-house and then prepping it for concrete paving. So that would be, like the example I just gave, would be a larger chunk of the taxiway that we have replaced in the last couple of years. But there's been numerous pieces of that stretch through here on Alpha Taxiway that we've had to repair every single year. And it just kind of continues to become, as it gets older and older, becomes more and more of a maintenance issue. So we pay especially close attention to it right before our venture and get everything, because the vast majority of aircraft that visit for the AirVenture event taxi through here. It's a very important piece of pavement for the airfield in general. And yes, there's been quite a lot of maintenance issues over the last few years. Right now, as it stands today, I think we did our inspection this morning. We didn't see anything that was, an issue at this point in time. But our folks did a lot of work this past summer, both before and after the event, to fix those sorts of things.
Supervisor Estero.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, Jim, I heard a different things that we would only be paying $15,000 for the design costs. Is that right?
That would be our share. So again,
Our county share?
The county share, correct.
Okay. And who would be doing that study?
So our engineering firm is it's formerly Omni Associates.
Okay.
They were acquired about 2 years ago by a company called Westwood. So they're essentially the same firm, but Westwood is the engineering firm of record for the design of this project.
Okay. Do we seek other competitors' bids on this, or do we always go to the same one, or?
So we have a reselection, so that's handled actually by the State Bureau of Aeronautics in our case. And so we do a reselection for an engineering firm about every 5 years. I think we're coming up on the due date for the reselection here soon. But we basically put out a number of projects that are in our CIP. We go through an entire process with the state of looking for qualified firms that can complete that type of work, and then going through that reselection process. But that happens about every 5 years, and so this project was already under their purview, their last selection to do the engineering work for.
Okay. And then I heard you say $8.5 million and then $3.5 million. What would the portion be eventually, approximately, that we would be doing just to actually get the job done?
So again, the diagram behind me is in draft format. There's a number of things that have to be finalized with our almost complete master plan process right now in order to say exactly how that would all look. And once the master plan alternatives are finished, which we anticipate happening middle of this year, still waiting on the FAA for a few things and trying to get some resolution on a few things, there are areas that tie into this piece of pavement. So exactly what you see in yellow going either way from the linear stretch of Taxiway Alpha, that's still yet to be determined of exactly how all those connections look. But the 2,000-foot stretch of Alpha that goes north and south here, that will be reconstructed exactly how you see it now. So yeah, hopefully that answers your question.
I'm sorry, I didn't, did you give me a figure? I'm not sure what.
So 2,000 linear feet,
Right.
which is in the CIP form, 2,000 linear feet is essentially there to there. So the south side of runway 27 to where the project left off in 2020.
And what would the county's amount be roughly?
Right now it's estimated at $3.5 million. So I think that's also in the CIP form for construction funding. Again, we would be going after FAA discretionary dollars like we did with the prior Alpha project. And so assuming we are awarded discretionary funding, and there'll be other pots of money that will probably go into that project, but the lion's share of it will be discretionary funding that we would request from the FAA. I don't have that firm number of it. Right now it's showing approximately $3.5 million, but until you actually get through the design, let's say it is $3.5 million, that is the total estimated project cost for this project. I would anticipate 5% of that being the county share. So that's also depicted in the CIP form. What 5% of 3.5 million is about 175,000. So,
Okay, all right, thank you.
yes.
Supervisor Harrison.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a the airport I'm all good for. The vehicle, because that's my background a little bit. These two pictures, these trucks, they look pretty good for as long as you got them. Whoever's taking care of them, either that or it's a photograph picture, because it looks like there's hardly any rust on them, so they're pretty good. But the question I had is, is it a 2022 that you have cited, or you have one, or are you just taking some quote from somebody?
So these are the specs that we're looking at for a comparable type truck that we're looking at to acquire. Like I said, F600 type series truck. And so I believe it probably a 2023 model year or potentially 2024. I don't know offhand where that'll end up being as far as a model year goes, but though probably a 2022 model is what we're taking our specs off of right now.
So probably a 23 would be more somehow, probably, right?
I think we've tried to account for that as best as possible.
The only reason I asked that is because the car business is kind of all over the place now, and I know being on the highway department, we had ordered some trucks, it took a while, and all of a sudden there's a $10,000 surcharge that wasn't on there years before. So if we gave you the okay, how long would it take you to get an order in that's protected that you wouldn't have to pay an increase? Do you know that at all?
That is a great question. I can get you the answer for that,
You
but
know, I
I,
mean, right now,
offhand, I don't know
going-
what that timeline looks like.
Because I know what we went through there, I just, it would be nice to lock in and it used to be price protected, but maybe they don't do that anymore, but that was important because they never had a surcharge or a upcharge or that before, which cost us more money, which when you talk that, we're gonna be talking, could be more money. So I think this is something that you need. And you planning on selling those other two, or you keep one for an extra?
Correct. We're going to reduce our fleet by one. So those two, the one truck we would acquire would replace the other two. And we would intend to put those out on like public surplus for auction.
Right now, that market is real high on that, and they're crazy prices, so you can get some pretty good money for that to help reduce what you pay out maybe. So,
Absolutely.
good idea. I just want to save as much money as we can. It seems like we get close to something, and say okay, and then all of a sudden, oh boy, it's more. Or we heard it was triple price here. I think on the ICE building for the sheriff, that was more money, everything is more money. So somehow we gotta find a procedure that we get it okay to get it done and get it bought, so you don't have that, because we know it's gonna be more than what we're talking about. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you, Director. We appreciate it. That's all the questions I have.
All right, thank you.
And next up is Director of Facility and Property Management, Mike Elder.
Hi, good evening. I've got a few projects to look at, and they're not as interesting as Chad's projects or as classy as Jim's trucks and some of those. All of you live in homes, so you know that there's maintenance that you have to do on your buildings or on your homes every year. Things get older, and there's just cyclical things that you have to take care of. So I've got about 8 projects that is time for us to be addressing before they become emergencies, and I will just jump right into it. Let's see. Okay, the first one I've got is something that I actually have, something you can look at. It's the ceiling in this courtroom. It's the 4th floor ceiling. We have got a mechanical space up above this room. It's in a crawl space, and the equipment needs periodic maintenance, and there is really no good way to get to the equipment. We have a project in our operating budget to build some walkways to get to it, because over the last 85 years, we've had various maintenance techs go up there to work on the equipment, and they end up stepping on the plaster ceiling that's behind the acoustical tiles. And if you take a look around some of the places, you will see that the tiles are starting to sag. They are the original tiles, it's the original ceiling. It's a project that we've done in one of the other courtrooms on the 3rd floor. Additionally, we've got cooling coils up there, and cooling coils make condensation, and sometimes the drain lines get clogged. And over the last 85 years, they've gotten clogged. We've had some water damage, so that accelerates the deterioration of the plaster. So we originally tried to do this project in 2018 in our operating budget. We didn't think it was that big of a cost. We went out for quotes and bids on the work, and it came in significantly higher than what we thought it would be. So this project then became part of the capital improvement programs. So this was also, we tried to get it done when we did the department relocation project a couple of years ago, and that project was expensive, and this was one of the ones where it was not directly related to a relocated department, so it was cut out of that project. It's beyond our scope of work, because what will end up happening is we will basically build a whole work platform that will cover the entire floor here with scaffolding, and then we will have a contractor come in, do the removals, repair the plaster, then go back with new acoustical tiles. And what we're looking at is a roughly $155,000 project for that. The second project that we've got is the Coughlin Building boiler replacement. It's amazing how fast time has gone since I've come here. That was the first building that they built the year before I got here, which is 25 years ago. So the boilers are the original equipment. They're 25 years old, and the expected lifespan of these boilers is about 20 to 25 years. And they've started to show their age. The particular brand that we bought, being a public works type project, you know, you've heard, you go with the lowest bidder, and we got what we got. The boilers have been temperamental throughout their entire life. They've cost us time and effort to keep them running. And now they've gotten to the point where they're 25 years old, parts are hard to come by, and the inside, the firebox of the boilers is starting to deteriorate, and we can't get in there to fix it. The boilers themselves are rated at like 75% efficiency, and if you've replaced a furnace in your house lately, you know, they've got 90, 95 plus efficient furnaces. We've got the same thing with boilers. So we'd be looking at replacing them with a much more efficient boiler. And with that higher efficiency, we should see some kind of savings in energy. But if you've looked at your energy bills lately, even if we manage to save X number of therms by not burning it, the cost of those therms has gone up significantly over the time. So, you know, hopefully what we would do is not see as great a rise in our utility bills as what has happened. And what we're looking for in 2023 is the funding to do the engineering work first, and then we would look at implementing and installing the new boilers in 2024. The third project that we've got is, we call it the Courthouse Fall Prevention installation. And what it is the courthouse was built in 1930, in the 1930s. And the safety requirements back then were nowhere near what they are right now. And there are no provisions on the roof to keep anybody from falling off the roof. We've got 5 different levels on the courthouse roof, and we need to go up there to do maintenance on roof drains, take a look at the mortar joints and see where there's leaks and things like that. And 3 of those 5 roof areas are only 3 feet wide. And at the edge of those 3 feet is about a 6-inch curb, and then it's 5 stories down. So I've been up there before we had this requirement from OSHA. It is not a very comfortable feeling. We've looked at different ways of doing this. Well, let me step back one. A few years ago, OSHA came out with a requirement that I can't have any of our workers get within 6 feet of the edge of a roof without some kind of fall protection. And as I said early, the roof is only 3 feet wide. So we really can't go out there and be compliant with OSHA. And like I said before, I've been out there. It's a very unnerving feeling. And it's a ballasted roof, which means that there's a rubber membrane down there, and then there's about 3 inches of gravel. And the gravel is not like walking on concrete. So there's a good potential for somebody to slip or trip and end up going over the side. So OSHA has said that if you're going to be within 6 feet of the wall, you can't go any closer to the edge. If you're going to be within the 6 feet to 15 feet, you need to be tied off to the building somehow. We've looked at different ways of doing it. And, you know, some of the things that we've looked at is there's little carts that you can put up there that weigh like, 500 to 1,000 pounds. And you tie off to that, and if you fall, then it would activate a mechanism that would then drive like a spike into the roof, and it's supposed to keep you from falling off the roof. But once again, it's on wheels, and if we have to move through the roof, then we've got to push this heavy cart, which makes it a little bit difficult. And in order to use it, then we'd have to get a crane to lift it up there. So it's not exactly the best way to do it. So what we're looking at is finding a way to have tie-off points and having a fall arrestor system so that we can go up there and do our common maintenance to take care of it. And we're looking at, it's estimated to be about $125,000 installation. The next project that we've got is, it's called our facilities masonry maintenance project. What we've got is, if you look at all of our buildings, they're all masonry. And if you have had experience with a brick house or whatever, you notice that sometimes the mortar joints crack, sometimes the mortar joints fall out, and you've got a gap in there. And what that does is that is an entrance point for moisture or rain to get into the building and cause problems with the building structure behind the brick veneer, or even get inside the building and start flooding out some of the offices. The correct way to fix that, I've done it myself until I really started getting into this thing. You just go and buy a tube of caulk and you put it in there, and that really doesn't fix the problem. You need to go back with mortar, because brick and mortar are not exactly waterproof. They're, the water still gets into it a little bit, but it drains away. And when you start putting caulk in where it shouldn't be, you start affecting the way the water travels through the brick system. So we've done the jail evidence building, we've done Oshkosh Human Services, we've done the Orrin King building. We just finished up on the courthouse, and the next building up is the Otter Street building on Otter Street. And it's got 5 different additions to it through its lifetime. The earliest part of the building was built in the 1800s, and the latter part of the building was built in the, I think, 1980s. So we've got a number of areas that have been identified. It's kind of hard to see on here. In your packet, you can kind of see where they've shown there are some really bad areas with it. And if you talk to some of the occupants in the Otter Street building, they will say, we're getting water in here, or sometimes it's just a cold breeze. So the building's been inspected, and the areas needing the repair have been identified, and we're estimating that cost to be about $165,000 in 2023. The next project we've got is another building, Neenah Human Services. That building was built 2 years before Coughlin, and it's got the same manufacturer, same style boilers as the Coughlin building. So those are roughly 28 years old. Once again, they had a 20 to 25-year lifespan. We're having the same problems. They've been really temperamental for their entire lifespan. And once again, their parts are getting hard to come by. And it's time to replace these before they become a problem or, go out and it becomes an emergency. Once again, we'd be looking at replacing them with 90 to 95% efficient boilers. Hopefully, we'd see some kind of savings on the energy that we're consuming, but with the way the rates are going again, you may not see that as reflected as a savings in my budget. And we're looking at doing the engineering work in 2023 for about $10,000, and then in 2024, installing the 2 new boilers for a cost of about $150,000. I think I missed one. No, I got it all. The next one that we've got is the Parkview fire alarm system replacement. Parkview was built in 2008, so that computerized system is, if I'm adding correctly, 12, 13 years old, 14 years old, 15 years old. Yes, I'm an engineer. I need my slide rule or my calculator. So it's 15 years old, and if you've had computers, I've got Patty in the backyard back there. Software isn't meant to last more than 15 years. Unfortunately, the software and the components are a proprietary system, which means that there's only one manufacturer I can get software updates from and parts from. And what we're looking at is, well, let me back up again. The older fire alarm systems too require a copper line to call the fire department. So we've replaced our fire alarm systems in a number of our buildings now, and it goes to telephone over the internet, and it's much more stable. What the telephone companies have done with the copper lines, they have changed the way they allow the signals to go through, and they've basically narrowed down the window for, and I don't know how many people know like what a sine wave is. They've narrowed down the window so that the entire sine wave doesn't go through the wire. It cuts off the tops and the bottoms, and what that does is it tells the fire alarm system, the fire alarm system, that it's having a communication fault. So technology has left us behind with the systems that we've got. We're starting to have software issues with it. Like I said, software is 15 years old. And people start saying, if you've got a computer, I've got a Windows 98 computer at home, and it's like, it died, and I can't do anything with it. I can't get the files off of it. And because it's such an old system, it requires additional support from the staff at Parkview trying to keep it up and running. They get trouble notices from it that it loses communications. So far, the residents haven't been at risk because the system still will detect the fire. It just tells you, oh, we've got a problem. And because it's proprietary, we aren't getting any kind of cost competitiveness when we go out for parts or service. And what we're looking at is replacing it with a non-proprietary system so that we can go out for bids and get anybody to work on it. We can find parts. They're common parts. Nobody has a monopoly on the parts. And it would reduce the amount of trouble calls we've got and would help Parkview with maintaining a good living environment for the residents, because sometimes what it'll do is it'll set off an alarm and all of a sudden you hear beeping that can be very annoying to the residents. So this project would replace the existing fire alarm system with a non-proprietary one, and we'd be communicating over the internet, which would be more stable than on the copper lines, and we're looking at it coming to a cost of about $114,000, and we'd be doing that in 2023. The next project I've got is we do phased replacement of roofs, and we've gone through and we found out what all the ages of the roofs are. We do annual inspections of the roofs. We take care of problems when they crop up. But every once in a while, you have to replace a roof. And this year, the building that we'd be doing is the Neenah Human Services building. That roof was installed in 1994. It's a 28-year-old roof. And when they installed it, it was a 20-year roof. So we've had that roof on there 8 years longer than what the manufacturer said its useful life is. It's a rubber membrane roof, which means that it's just a sheet of rubber. It's glued down onto the insulation, and it's fully exposed to the weather and all the ultraviolet lights, and it ages it pretty quickly. And over the last year or two, we've started having a number of leaks that then get down into the insulation, gets the insulation wet. Wet insulation doesn't keep the heat in, doesn't keep the heat in or the heat out in summer. So it starts causing other problems with increasing the need for air conditioning or cold spots in the building. And basically the roof is at the end of its life, and we'd be replacing that in 2023 for about $150,000. And then the last project that I've got is we call it the Highway Shop Office Mold Mitigation Project. Bob and I talked to you, I think, last year about this problem. And we've gone through and we've done a study and found out what it is, and we've got mold inside the walls. The building has used a construction process or a construction style that they've used for like the big box stores like Walmart, Menards, some of these others. And if you look at Walmart, Walmart's painted. They've got a brick building, but it's painted, and that's because it doesn't keep the water out. Additionally, what we found is there's no vapor barriers on the inside of the walls, there's minimal insulation, there's free passage over the exterior walls. You know, if you stick your head above the ceiling tiles, you can see right over the brick wall and right out through the soffit. So whatever the humidity is outside in July, that's the humidity inside the building. And it really taxes the air conditioning. In order to get all that humidity out there, we would probably have to be having the building heated or cooled to like 60 degrees, which is, you can't do that to the people in the office. And because of that moisture, we opened up the wall and we found the mold. Right now we've got mitigating equipment in there that is filtering the air so that the mold airborne in the office is less than what is naturally occurring outside. So the employees don't have a health issue critically right now, but it's something that we have to address because it's only going to get worse, and we may not be able to keep up with it. And this project would be to replace all the interior finishes inside the office area. That means we've got to get rid of the ceiling tiles, we got to get rid of the carpeting, we got to get rid of the drywall. And then we'll go back and we will seal up the areas where the air is coming in and the humidity is coming in. We'll seal the outside of the building, and then we'll go back in and finish off the inside of the building so that the staff and everybody can continue operating in there. And we're looking at a cost of about $600,000 in 2023. And those are my projects for 2023. And I'll answer any questions that you may have.
Supervisor Schellinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. One hopefully quick question. With the boilers, have you explored like heat pumps as an alternative to boilers?
We have. Actually, when we did the department relocation project in here, in the areas that were being gutted and reconfigured for the new departments, we have installed what's called variable flow refrigerant systems, which is a fancy heat pump. So yeah, we look at that, and we look at the cost benefit of what it would cost to do the heat pumps versus a higher efficiency boiler. And if it works out that the heat pumps would work better, then we would do it. But a lot of times it doesn't necessarily work, because like right now with Coughlin and Neenah Human Services, all of the hot water piping and all of the distribution system is there for a boiler. And the heat pump would want to send refrigerant instead of hot water or cold water to cassettes in the different offices. And what we've experienced here at the courthouse and we did that at the CBRF too. It works really great, but I think we would be looking at a cost probably 2 to 3 times more to retrofit those buildings than just putting in a boiler and using the equipment in the systems the way we've got it.
Okay, thanks. That makes sense. And then on the roof replacement, do you think about solar panels in conjunction with that? I only ask because I'm a person who needs both my roof and furnace replaced, and I'm getting pushed on both of those. But is that something that you think that you've thought about or look at when you're replacing roofs to kind of bring down our subjectivity to those quickly rising heating costs?
Yes. A little bit of my background. In 1980, I built a passive solar home. I don't know if anybody knows that they were basically called envelope homes, home inside a home. It was great. So yes, we always look at what we can do, and we've been working with Faith Technologies and talked to them about putting in solar panels and things like that. And in order to really offset the cost of what we'd be doing, we don't have enough roof on Neenah Human Services to put enough up there to really make a big dent in our building. But if you take a look at Parkview, we do have a solar water heating system on Parkview, and that like today it's probably making 70 to 80 degree water, and that helps us. So yeah, to answer your question, we look at that all the time.
Okay, so that's standard when you're replacing a roof. You are looking at like how much can we produce and is it worth it? Okay,
right.
Thank you very much.
Supervisor Sestera.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Elder, I just wanted to say that I really appreciate your due diligence. It's just a statement. You do such a good job at juggling so many things, and I really trust your work. And I just can't thank you enough. I really appreciate your presentation. I could absorb it and understand it. An example would be the elevator situation and how you explained how you shopped around for us. And I am very grateful for your work. Thank you.
Thank you. It's not just me, it's my staff. I get to be the face of my department. So there's a lot of people playing playing the field behind me.
Supervisor Harrison.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, I'm excited listening to all this stuff. I want to go home and work on my house. I mean, you got going there. The question I had was, a while back, we had a resolution that I think we okayed for, I thought it was like $300,000 to go through all of our county thing. Is this part of it, or is this over and above?
No, these are things that I know that we have to do. And the building assessment, we're in the process of finalizing, getting somebody on board with that. That is to take a look at all 143 buildings of ours, or 138, I think it was, and confirm what I know on some of it, and find even more that I may not have had the opportunity to look or find yet, and then help us try and come up with a priority list. But these are ones that are immediate problems that we need to get done before we have that consultant on board.
Right, okay, well, and I know that mold one, being on the highway, I go in that room and I don't know how anybody can breathe in there. I mean, the mold, I think we went in this last meeting and I took the molding off and it was all mold on the side. And you can do all that treatment, but that's pretty bad.
Mhm.
So, I mean, these are very important stuff, and I think the list is gonna get longer. Thank you.
Supervisor Zelmer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mike, with their cost estimates, everything seems to be going up and up for construction. Do you think these estimates will stay afloat for the projects, or do you see them even getting higher, the cost?
Right now, the economy is really in a flux. There's some things we can't get for a year, and everybody is having the same kind of labor issues that the county has. So one of the things that we're looking at, or I don't know, is are some of these contractors having to pay even more money to get the skilled trades to do the work? And I don't know if you've been following the information or not, but nobody of the younger generation is, well, nobody's probably too strong, but the number of people going into the trades is incredibly small to what the need will be with my generation leaving the trades. So I don't know what the labor might do to it, and I don't know what the economy might do with the materials. We all know what the geopolitical situation is right now. A lot of the stuff that we get comes from countries that are less than friendly with us. So we've done our due diligence. We've tried to come up with something that we think is reasonable for it. I think the estimates are going to stand, but I don't know until I go out for bid and everybody tells me what it's going to cost. So my fingers are crossed, and I would appreciate everybody crossing your fingers too. We did go out for a bid on something, and it came in significantly less than what we had expected. So it depends on, the economy's slowed down a little bit, it seemed like, so maybe people are more hungry for work, and they'll bid a little bit sharper. There's just a lot of moving parts when it comes to getting the cost.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Gabbard.
Thank you, Mike, for your presentation. Good job. Always do explain everything. These are not really questions. These are just some information. And I think you remember this conversation we had maybe at Parkview or somewhere. The solar panels on Sage Hall at the university. Everybody thinks that's the cat's meow. They have a 70-year payback. The equipment will be garbage by the time the payback. So looking into solar is iffy. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Just a comment. Number two, the highway department, you know what I said before about if we wouldn't have done the cheap Charlie in the beginning, we would have had waterproofing on the exterior of the building. So I'm going to offer up, and I'll get you the information. We do a lot of waterproofing where I work, and we've run across some really good products that have 50-year warranties. I'm going to get you that information, so perhaps when we do the bidding, we can specify those products or equal, because I think they would do a great job on waterproofing. We're not gonna bid this project, but I'm just saying I've got that side information, and I'm not sure. We kind of looked into it, and I don't think the architects know about this per se.
I'd
So I'm just
appreciate
gonna
that.
offer that up as a tidbit for you to, maybe I can get you some product data sheets too.
Okay, thank you.
Other than that, great presentation, thank you.
Supervisor Cox.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mike, I'd like to start with the beginning of your floor ceiling repair. Each one of these, it looks like it has planned design engineering to it. There's 5,000 here. It's 10,000 on the boiler replacement, and that would be for the Coughlin Center. There's 12,000 on the masonry maintenance program. These are all planning, design, engineer numbers. There's 10,000 on the looks like the Nina Human Services engineering. There's roof replacement, 2023 for $18,561. Engineering and planning and design. There's 25,000 on the highway moisture mitigation repairs. You add all those up, your engineers and the people that you're designing this with should have some focus on where the material's coming from and the base dollar amount that they're going to end up charging you. I don't understand that, and let me be clear. Some of this has been taken care of in a past year, not just 2023. We've set aside money for that, for you to get started on it. I'm wondering how far back you're going to go with all these projects to get estimates, and then to get the estimates correct, so, with the engineers, so we don't get stung when we go to put it all together. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
I think we're at a point with a lot of these that are sitting there, like the masonry, or like the moisture mitigation for the highway department, which is shown to us on tour last year, that you're creating a crisis for yourself. And that is that you're getting these estimates at an earlier point in time, and then now going back for them, and we're throwing money away.
I have to give you some kind of dollar amount in order to get these projects approved. I can't go out for bid without having a confirmation from the county board that these projects are actually going to be done. Because if I go out to a consultant or I go out to a contractor and say, I need you to give me prices for these things, and we don't go forward with a project, or we don't have a valid project authorized by you all to do it, they will do it once, maybe twice, and then they're going to say, I'm going to be spending my time on projects that I know I have a chance of getting to work. So we've got the best estimates that we can from consultants or from contractors what they think it will take to get the job done. But like I said, nobody knows until you go to buy the product or hire the people what that cost is going to be.
Are we getting those estimates from the engineer and the design people?
Yes.
Or can we not get a better fix on the dollar amount and get started? Or apparently we have to come to the board to fix a dollar amount to then go out and get estimates after the fact.
Correct. Because if, as I explained, if I go to a consultant, I have to pay him. Where's that money going to come from? It has to be approved by the county board for me to pay for projects. And I can't have a contractor give me prices or work up a bid estimate for me. I worked in the private industry, and I can tell you right now, if we didn't have a significant chance of working on the project or actually having it be a bid, we didn't spend a whole lot of time on giving prices, because we spend our time where we're going to make the money. And if there isn't a project that's approved, nobody's going to be doing it. It's going to be just a wild swag. Well, it won't even be a swag. It's going to be a wag for what the costs are. And either it's going to be way high or it's going to be way low. So I need a commitment from the county board to say that these are bona fide projects. We're expecting the project to be about this much money before somebody's going to take it seriously to give us a good job. And that's coming from my experience working in the private sector.
Somebody is not fixing that price close enough to the point that now when you go out, you're not going to.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mike, just a quick numbers clarification on that Neenah Human Services Building, the roof replacement. You said it would cost $150,000, and the 2023 number I think is $275. I just want to clarify that in the budget for 2023.
I might have written it down wrong.
Or am I not reading it right? It's page 23, I think.
Page 23?
Yeah. Under 2023.
Yeah.
275, and I think you mentioned 150, so just wanted to clarify.
Oh, I looked at the wrong column. I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
So it's 275?
Yes.
The cost? Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, I looked at under the
Oh,
column
sorry.
prior years.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you, Mike, again, great presentation. Whether, we talked about solar panels, that kind of stuff like that, also have something to look at, the Inflation Reduction Act, which people are going to be taking advantage of this money being spent. Some of it's going to be allocated through the states, and some of this is going to be allocated through grants. So whether we like it or not, some communities throughout the country are going to be taking taking advantage of this money being spent. For example, there's a tax credit 179D, which offers a multiplier of $5 a square foot on window replacements. That multiplier used to be $1.88. Who in the county is looking over that, and if like a heat pump, things have changed drastically with the passage of the Inflation Reduction Act in tax credits for municipalities. Is there this a lot of information to take in? Is there a grant person in the county that watches over this? Is it just you? Or, I mean, I think it'd be a daunting task to look this stuff over, and I know we've had these discussions before. You're, on the up and up with a lot of this stuff, but who is it?
In the past, the way it's been, if there's a grant that would apply to the facilities, it would be something that I'd try to find and try and write myself. It is a daunting task. I do know I'm working with the county executive's office on some of the grants that may be available, and we're looking at how we can maybe apply for them, which would offset the funding that would come out of the coffers from the county for this. But it's a very daunting process. I won't speak for the county executive, but the grants are pretty much at the department level. And the larger departments may have staffing that can be more efficient at it. The smaller departments like myself, we don't have that much staff.
Yeah, I just hate, this once-in-a-generation investment that, we don't capitalize on some of these tax credits because we don't have the staff to do that. So I just, they're out there. Like I said, I'll do my best to help you out in any way, shape, or form in what I know. But, yeah, hopefully we can make some progress on this. Thank you, Mike.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Eller, as a person who has fallen through ceilings more than a few times in my life, did I understand that there will be a permanent catwalk along with that ceiling project so that they can easily access the equipment?
I won't say easily because it's
more accessible without falling through.
We have certain areas where we have one electrician that's about 110 pounds soaking wet. He's the only one that fits. But yes, we're putting catwalks in there so that we will have a solid surface to move on, that we won't be falling through this ceiling. And if anybody knows the plaster, it's like we've got expanded metal up there. The chances of us falling through are minimal, but it's going to break up the plaster, and as you can see, it's going to start sagging, and we're going to start knocking off stuff and breaking the plaster. But yeah, we're doing that this year.
And hang on to that electrician. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've just got two quick questions, and one of them is on the roof or the ceiling here. How long would the courthouse be unavailable? And the same question goes for the highway office moisture mitigation. How long would that be uninhabitable?
I think when we did, I think it was branch 3, it was about a month. Okay. So what the courts have certain periods where they're not holding court. So, that fits into a little bit, and then the judges will cooperate with each other and they'll share courtrooms. Okay. So it's about a month here and probably about a month to 6 weeks out at the highway shop. And what we'd probably be doing there is getting a hold of some double wides and setting up some offices for them outside.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Elder, if we approve the highway project, which I'm assuming we will because it seems to be the most urgent thing, at least in my opinion, from your list of projects here, and we put it out to bid, if you don't know the answer to this question, I completely understand given how wonky supply chains are right now. When do you think we can get started on that project?
Hopefully spring, late spring.
Okay. Of this year or
yeah.
Next year? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the presentation, Director Elder. I want to kind of dovetail off of what Supervisor Flom just said and say that maybe quicker isn't necessarily better, only because don't we have a facilities study that we're gonna have? And is that in the works at all? And would this be like the priority number one place to be done for that facility study? I'd hate to throw, over $500,000 into the facility and then they come back and say, well, you need to replace it. I don't think the building assessment study would say we have to replace the highway shop. The bones of it is really pretty good. We may end up having, once again, I think the highway shop was built in '96. So, a lot of that equipment is going on 40 years of age. So the bones of the building are relatively good because the majority of the building is a garage. So the study will probably say, we've got 5 to 10 years left on the boilers, maybe an air handler we have to take care of, do more tuck pointing throughout the facility. But I don't think it would say tear down the building and start all over again. It's really too new. Well, the whole reason I bring that up is because one of the things that was pointed out while we were there was how the trucks are getting bigger and there's not really room for the trucks in the garage. So that was why I was thinking we may end up at that point. I'm not saying that's what I'm hoping for, but just the fitting the pieces in there sounds like it's pretty difficult to do right now. Bob and I are looking at a follow-on project that would be probably putting an addition onto the building, not replacing the building. Okay. And that would accommodate the equipment and make the traffic pattern through the building work better for the equipment and provide for some of the necessary services for the equipment too. Yeah, thank you. Like I said, I was just curious because it sounded like there were a lot of issues out there, and I didn't want us to go ahead and throw good money after bad, if you know what I mean. No, that's our intent, is not to throw good money after bad. Right. Yeah. Thank you.
I know the main conference room upstairs at the highway department, there's no elevator to get up there, so it's not ADA accessible. All they have is a freight elevator. Currently, they use that, but that's basically not legal. And I know they wanted to add on to the conference room downstairs. Mm-hmm. Wouldn't that be the time now to add on to the conference room downstairs? If we're going to basically be doing that, shouldn't that be at least added to the project?
That is part of that follow-on project. It wouldn't impact the office area really a whole lot. To delay taking care of the mold issue to the point to where we'd have a project to bring forward the additions and upgrades to the building is really kind of problematic for the health of the employees and just to stop the problem from getting worse. So we may end up having to punch a hole in a wall to make a doorway into an addition, but it wouldn't be something that would replace everything that we're doing right now, and we would work in concert with what we're doing right now so that we can make the building work with the later project.
It'd just be nice, you got the double wide trailers there, they're out of the office. You're gonna have to excavate, like for the used oil burners, there's a 1,500 gallon tank where you wanna expand on the office underground. That's where all the used oil goes, and they use that in the winter to burn. So, it would be like if you did it all at one time, they wouldn't be inconvenienced by the noise and the dust because they're gonna be outside in a trailer. So, I don't know what the project would cost, but as long as we're engineering it, it's gotta be done, so it would be more convenient to do it all at one time, I would think. And just one thing for the rest of the county board, the bids for the Grumman boat landing actually came in a little bit under budget, like 40,000. So the bids are coming in somewhat. If you get a reputable contractor that gives you, or an engineer, the last two projects that the parks did, both came in a little bit under budget. So, these numbers probably are good if you got somebody good giving them to you.
We do.
All right, I'm hoping I can save some time because this project before you tonight, the redundant fiber loop, has already been presented. So I'm thinking I can just do a quick summary, and take any questions if you have it. So again, the money we're asking for this project will allow us to lay a new fiber route between critical locations of our equipment and essentially create a loop. So if there's a break anywhere on the loop, the idea is the network traffic can turn around and go the other direction on that loop and still get to the resources that are being requested. And a break can be an unexpected break, like a car crashes into a telephone pole, or it can be planned maintenance. And sometimes you have planned maintenance where you think this will take an hour and it runs into 6 hours, and you have a lot of employees out of commission for too long of a time. So this redundancy would really help with a lot of factors, but just again, that's the general idea, is we're going to make a circular connection between critical locations. This project also allows us the opportunity to help the city of Oshkosh connect Fire Station 18 to 19, and it will save both of us money doing it together. It is something they already asked for bids on, and they came in much higher, obviously, doing it by themselves, so they're very interested in working with us to do this jointly. And also, in the process of planning all of this work, we have obtained an additional building on Harrison Street for the Department of Human Services, and we're going to be going close enough by that we can put them on the fiber county network versus leasing internet and telephone service as they do now. So that's my nutshell, and I'll take questions, I guess. And I would connect it to Chad too, because we keep his computer tools going so he can save our water.
Do I just keep going with it? All right, good evening. I'm Bob Damel, Highway Commissioner. I'm here tonight to discuss our 2023 construction season projects. Couple of things, I guess I'm the oddball. I put another presentation together here, different than everybody else with Chad, same situation. But a couple things I want to point out is, for the highway department, a couple things. We want to have smooth roads. We want to have them well built. We want to be able to maintain them and build them in a cost-effective way too. You know, and obviously safety is a major item we look at with all our roads when we do our projects. Just to kind of look through here, we got County Road F, we got County Road II, County Road J, project on County Road P, and then we'll touch on the highway department upgrades too. So this map here shows you County Road F. It's going to be from Omro city limits to the north out to County Road D in town of Poygan. I'm not going to read through all these. I'm just kind of hit on these. I mean, this section of road's a 4-mile section of road out there. There is concrete under that road out there. We did a last overlay in 2011 out there. We actually did a pulverize over top of that and repaved that. So we did get good use out of that road out there. You know, to go back out there to reconstruct that road, very expensive to remove all that concrete. We feel that we'll be able to most cost-effective manner now is going to be just go back out there, mill that off, and repave that. And we figure we're going to get, 10 to 15 years of useful life out of that out there. So with that project, we're looking at roughly 1.6 million with that project. Whether pulverizing or milling, that's a contracted item that we contract out. Like I said, milling's gonna be a little bit cheaper for that project. As you can see in the pictures here on the left-hand side, you can see the pavement start to unravel. So that's one of the things you look at in pavement like that. You're starting to lose your aggregate there. The one on the right, you start seeing longitudinal cracking down the center line, block cracking. The longitudinal cracking also in your wheel tracks is another thing to look at with those defects on those roadways. So going out there, we can mill that right off and repave that in. And we've had this year, we had a lot of complaints out there. If anybody lives out in that area, it's roads taking its toll out there and needs some work out there. Next section of road, County Road II, from US 45 in Winchester to the North County line in town of Wolf River. If anybody knows, it's a long section of road out there, about 6.6 miles. Back in 2007, that used to be Old County Road 110. The county did a jurisdictional transfer with the Department of Transportation. Back then, I believe, I was on the paving crew back there, and I think that project, it was about just over $1 million that the DOT gave us to pave that. So you kind of look back now, price has almost doubled, since that time. But one thing is with out there, we did apply for some county highway improvement money, and we're going to receive about $450,000 for that project out there. So the estimated cost was about 2.3 million. So with that 450,000, we're going to be looking at about 1.9, just under 1.9 million for that paving out there. Same situation out there is if you look on the right-hand side, you can see the center line of the road. You start to see in that opening up potholes, especially when you get on curves. Motorcycles are your number one concern out there, safety, hitting those. They're real situations like that, they're real hard to patch. So when we started looking at this, a mill and overlay is a perfect solution for this out there, most cost effective. Same thing, you can look at a pulverizing this. It's a little more extensive, but it's right now, the cost effective manner is going to be the mill and overlay with that section of road out there. Next project, County Road JJ. So from State Highway 76 down into the new roundabout we were constructed this last season at CB and JJ. So once again, that section in there is about 2.3 miles in there. The existing pavement in there, last overlay was in 2005. So it's time to get overlaid in there. It served as purpose for that. One thing this is going to do is it's going to tie that whole corridor together. We did County Road CB. We repaved that section of CB. There's a brand new roundabout at JJ and CB we just constructed this last year. 2 years ago, the roundabout at 76 and JJ. So this whole corridor, this paving, this will tie that whole corridor in now. The only thing left is going to be that section by the new Neenah High School on II, which we've been kind of pushing away just because of all the construction in there. But this will be one of the last pieces in there that we can tie this in. Then that whole corridor will be repaved in there. So that'll work in really nice with that section in there. And that project, we're requesting $929,000 for that, that project in there. Same thing here, when you start looking at pavement conditions, the center line's really starting to unravel, longitudinal cracking. You know, it's kind of like, you know, with buildings and like Mike was talking about, you know, tuck pointing and doing your maintenance on that. We try to do the maintenance on our roads. We try to preserve them. We do the crack filling. We seal coat. We try to preserve and get that longevity as long as we can onto these roads. It just comes to the point where if you can get that 10, 15 years out of our roads, you're doing well. I mean, the freeze thaws, you know, if we lived in Arizona, you know, we're not going to have those freeze thaw cycles. Roads last a lot longer. So. The County Road P project from 47 to AP, this project is in the design stages. So the construction, we're looking at, like right now, we're about 60% design phase with design with this. Once we finish, we're to the point now where we're looking at storm sewer. Anybody that's been in that area, a lot of flooding in that area. The reason this project, we've got state funding from this is because Winnebago County has jurisdiction on that road. The village of Fox Crossing is immediately north, and city of Menasha. So a lot of that water is coming from the village of Fox Crossing into our right-of-way. So worked out really well that the municipalities could go together with this project, and we were selected for funding for this project. So this project will request $150,000 to complete the design phase. So this will be the end of the design. Next year we'll go into acquisition of right-of-way. Usually takes about a full year for that. And then we're looking at 2025 construction. So obviously in that area, there is some a lot of industrial areas in there. There is some ground contamination that they found that we're working with now that we can remediate that with this project. The levels are not to any dangerous level. It's just that we're going to have to address those when we come through. The right-of-way we're looking at is very minimal, very short, little narrow strips of property. So any mitigation that's going to be for this is going to be very minimal. So next, the highway department. As Mike mentioned up here, the mold mitigation is going to be separate from any future expansion with that. I think the easiest thing to do here is so this is kind of a schematic design that they came up with. So as you can see up in the top, that red square, that is just north of our office. So our conference area would be separate from that building in there. So any work that in our office space is going to be separate from that. So when we get to that point, if we look at doing some funding with or construction on that, it'll be very minimal tie-in to that section. You know, we talked in last year about this. Our equipment, we're starting to use tow plows now. We got 2 trucks that have tow plows. Those combination vehicles, they're about 75 feet long. And it's not like hooking up a trailer to your car. There's a lot of hydraulic hoses, very cumbersome to hook these up and take them off. So when we park these, they're either getting parked in aisles, we'll park them outside. We also talked about is space in there when the building was built back in the mid-90s. we were just starting to get tri-axle trucks. Quad axles were really not a thing. We're getting more quad axles. We're getting more double wing trucks. So right now, when the vehicles park in their stalls, they have two wings on them. We don't have enough room to drop both of the wings. So now you're crammed with room. You know, you try to get that on, so you're climbing in a truck that the wing's not, you know, all the way on the ground. So with this expansion that we're looking at, it's going to accommodate for a lot of space needs in there. So the schematic part of this just spells out for future now is it's going to basically, you know, next step, once we have those, it's going to go for design. It'll spell out what we're going to need for design and everything for that for bid purposes. So, like I said, this is where we're at right now with schematics. So very generic, just kind of plot out your square footage, kind of what your needs are, and then it'll go in for design. And that's where you'll get your construction prices from that. So that's how important that this process is to start with. So, yeah, and like I said, the mold mitigation part, I mean, you know, there's days out there, I mean, a couple weeks ago when it was cold, you know, our office staff, the girls in there, they got blankets on, they got their jackets on. All of a sudden, at the end of the day, all of a sudden the heat kicks in and, you know, and they're, you know, shedding all their winter clothes off. During the summer, the mitigation that we're doing right now, I mean, with the air exchanger and the purifiers does work. The days it gets real humid, they just can't keep up. There's days in there that it's very moldy, musty in there. But Mike's done a great job with keeping up on that in there. So really looking forward to getting that taken care of in there. So with that, questions?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you very much for the presentation. Just two quick things. The first is, all right, I thought you mentioned it, but it's not in here, so I'm just going to ask. So Nina area, I think it's County Highway S. At this point, it's Larson, right behind the new Nina High School, right? Is that a county road right there at that point?
Well, which one is it? It's not S. S is by.
Okay, so it is an S. It's the Larson Road.
Okay, so that's Nina.
Yes, Nina.
Yep.
Is that something that you said that will be worked on? Is that what you're saying?
I believe they have a separate project for that coming up, and I'm not sure if it's this coming season, but I know they have a project coming up with that, yes.
Because that's extremely nerve-wracking now, especially with the high school opening next year, or this year, I suppose. Yeah,
and that's why we were kind of pushing these projects through to kind of accommodate with, you know, knowing there was going to be, the biggest thing is with the trucking, everything, all the materials coming in and out, we wanted to kind of eliminate. When we did CB, we worked with Myron with that as kind of, hey, we're going to close these roads. We were able to, they've been great working with them this whole project. They've been fantastic, so we were able to coordinate with that. So it was important for us when we, you know, with moving forward, that we kind of tie that whole corridor in.
Right, and I know last year you were here, we talked about Highway A, and it is fantastic. It is just, it's wonderful. I love going down that road now. Yeah, so, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Bob, this project, this follow-up that you got up here on the screen, is that in this book?
No, so this is going to be.
We saw that online though, didn't we? I mean, I think I've read about that.
Well, I don't think this is just, we've been working with the engineering firm with this. This is going to be something that's going to be totally separate in the future moving forward.
Do you have a cost estimate on that yet? I think that's in here, isn't it?
No.
No? It's not.
This, as far as like cost estimate, this is, the schematic is going to determine how they bid that, or projected cost for the project.
Wherever I saw that, I saw a new truck wash attached to, what, the building to the south, south? Is that correct?
It's the last one, very last. So if you see this right here, that, right there, that is what we're looking for for the truck wash.
Okay.
So that area right there.
Would you be pulling the existing truck wash out of the existing facility then?
Right. So what we're looking at too, is part of this whole project is that the Department of Transportation right now, we use salt brine. Right now, we're looking at, the state is looking at purchasing a high-capacity salt brine maker, and we're trying to coordinate this, the purchase of this, to coincide with this at some point. So at some point, we're gonna look at these areas right on the edge here, where we could put in that high-capacity brine maker. So,
My point is, if you're gonna pull that truck wash out of the existing facility, won't that reduce moisture in that facility and open up the area for better ingress and egress of the trucks through there and parking?
right now, I mean, our moisture problem is in our main office.
Yeah.
Our buildings have our drive-throughs here, aisles that go, the garage door here, through here.
But are you
They're opening all day long,
Yeah.
and we have air exchangers. So
Okay.
we don't have any moisture area in those areas.
You don't think the moisture from there affects the office at all?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Like Mike mentioned that the retail, like the Walmarts, you see they're getting painted.
Okay.
This is a design that was typical with when this structure was built. You know, they're painting, and I know, Mary Beth talked about the ceiling. We sealed our building for quite a few years. We were sealing that. And prices of siloxane, we were sealing it with a siloxane sealer. The prices just kept driving up, and you know, why we didn't continue sealing it, I wasn't, you know, part of that, but we did seal the building for years.
Okay.
So,
If I just had one follow-up question on your highway projects, do you ever prioritize those projects to, if you were to do that, which would you say are the most important if you're gonna do that? Maybe you don't wanna go that route, but which
typically,
projects are
what we
most
do
important
is,
right now?
what we'll do is we'll look at traffic volumes.
Right.
So your traffic volumes and the condition of pavement. So
Okay.
we use a Whistler system that
Yeah.
grades our roads. So that's what we look at. We look at the high-volume roads, the condition of it.
Right, but of these projects,
Oh.
is there any that are more pressing than any of the others?
These are some of our worst roads. We have some that I'm looking to get some outside funding for. So, but we're looking at a reconstruct on some of those worst roads. You know, you want to have a balance. You're going to have some roads that are in poor condition. You're going to have some that are in really good, and then that middle of the road. But you always want to have some that, you know, for reconstruct, and that's where we're at. We have some roads that are really bad shape, but we want to try to get some funding for a reconstruct.
Okay, but amongst these, some of them are gonna be higher traffic count than some of the others, but you gotta
Right.
you gotta be fair, right? I mean,
Right. I mean, we haven't been out on that section of road. I think County Road D was the last one. I think we had some stimulus money years ago that we used for that. That's probably the worst condition between F and double J, are probably the worst roads
okay,
right now.
okay, thanks.
Yep.
On that reconstruction, Bob, on P, are we gonna continue on with that trail like on 47, or is that just gonna be a bike lane?
So what it's gonna be is, it's gonna be a 2-lane with a middle left-hand turn. there'll be sidewalks, but there will be a designated bike path on the roadway. So that's right now where we're looking at that, for that. We had our public information meeting. We had a lot of people that, you know, they didn't want sidewalk on one side, but they wanted it on the other. I think in this area, you know, when you look at where there's sidewalks on one end and the other, it only makes sense to put the sidewalk in both sides here. We're very limited with space up there. There's a cemetery up there, so we have to steer away from that, but we have to make a tie-in to 47 too. So it kind of worked out really well, where the tie-in really works out good with this concrete curb and gutter. And one thing we did was, this is when that project was going up on 441, the detention pond that was in there, we did work with the DOT and they oversized that pond, so we can run our water, storm sewer into that pond. So that's gonna save us a lot of money by not having to go out there and build that. So one thing we do have is we have a maintenance agreement, though, we signed, that between the city of Menasha, the county, the state, and Village Fox Crossing, that we're gonna have to, I mean, once the particulate builds up in there, we're gonna have to go in there and remove that. But in the long run, we're not building multi-million-dollar detention pond for this project. So this kind of was years ago in the mix, and it's just coming, you know, through right now, so.
Yep, that'll be nice.
yeah.
Sidewalk will be definitely useful up there.
Sure.
Supervisor Buck.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Bob, and thank you for your, to your team for keeping us safe during, especially during that Christmas storm. I can't imagine being out there plowing the roads during that time, so thank you to you and your team. Kind of sticking with my theme of the night here, Wisconsin is set to receive $225 million in bridge replacement money through the bipartisan infrastructure plan, $5.2 billion in federal highway aid, and also can compete for $12.5 billion in bridge replacement grants. As we heard from Director Schell earlier, the airport is getting $763,000 through the bipartisan infrastructure plan. Any of these projects for highway being paid for or partially paid for through that, or looking to pay for some of them through that?
So the Double I project, we had applied for funding. It was through a county highway improvement program funds. We did receive, I believe, Town of Poygan did get a bridge this year. And at Wolf River, I think we have 2 bridges that are gonna get replaced with the funding. And any opportunity we can to try to apply for funding with these projects, we will. It's just one thing we gotta remember is that we're competing against every single township, city in the country. So if there's an opportunity, we sure are, we're gonna take advantage of that we can. A lot of it comes down to is where they're located, populations. So you gotta wait for the right program to come up and to apply for those funding. So I have a meeting coming up that we're gonna try to discuss future opportunities for eligible funding for that.
Gotcha. And so that, for anything with highway, that's basically running through you, Bob Damo is applying for these grants?
We're trying to.
Okay.
It's like anything. I mean,
Yep.
when the first round came up, I had every township wanted to apply every single road in their township. It came to the point where we don't have the staff to apply for. I mean, some of them, you know, wanted 18 applications for one township. Now you start looking, I mean, we don't have the staff to do that. So a lot of the townships now, I mean, they have to, you know, apply on their own. We just don't have the staff to provide that.
Sure. Thank you very much, Bob. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Supervisor Swan.
I'm going to thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll take my opportunity to cut in here a second time. You don't have the staff to apply for these grants, but I remember when we approved the Department of Administration in the county recently, that was going to be one of their functions, to help the departments write grants. I remember us talking about that. So, Mike, can you speak to that at all in terms of what your role would be in helping the different departments apply for some of these grants? Mike Collard?
Well, if I can just one before Mike, I mean, with applying for these, a lot of these, it's not applying for a typical grant, like typical grant writing. A lot of these are just simple applications, but they're very extensive. And one thing they look at is costs right down the line with this. So these are where we go back to, when you have an engineer that comes in that can provide you with those services, they can provide you with, how many foot of concrete, reconstruct what it costs. That's where it comes into play, is where you have engineering firms that can come in and give you those prices. It's really hard for us to come in there. I mean, we can look back at projects that we had, but most of these projects we're looking at, the first round of the bill money came in, they were shovel ready. We didn't have anything, we don't have anything that was designed and ready to go. So now we're moving on to that next phase. So those are what we look at. So the engineering firms, yeah, it's expensive, but that's where it lies, is a lot of these engineering firms, that's their expertise with that.
Okay, so some of these grants, they can't handle it because they're not qualified to write.
Right.
For a grant like that.
These engineering firms, like I said, they know when they come up with these prices for just let's say the JJCB roundabout.
Yeah.
When they came in there, they gave us our prices, 1.6 million. We came in at 1.59, I think. They come in precise with those. For us to go out and judge, the cost of buying property and things, we don't have that expertise within our facility to do that.
Okay, that's a fair answer. Thank you.
So I don't know if that answered.
Yes, it does.
All right, not seeing anyone else, I thank you, Commissioner Neal. And next up, Dr. Martin Rudd, UWO Assistant Chancellor for Access Campuses. And only because of letter you got to be last, so.
Thank you very much. Good evening, everyone. I'm here with Joanne Wright, Chief Facilities Officer for UW Oshkosh. I'd like to acknowledge Mike. Thank you very much for helping put these presentations together tonight. We appreciate it. All right. What you're going to hear are the 2023 capital projects for the UWO Fox Cities campus. Joanne is going to present some brief details on them, and then we'll be happy to take any questions.
All right. The first project that we have for you this evening is the Barlow Planetarium updates. This project overall is the renovation of the facility that was originally, the Barlow here was constructed in 1990, or 1998, sorry. The original planetarium was a meeting space, is now a meeting space that was built previous to that. So the new planetarium was also built with the Weiss Science Museum. The planetarium currently has 1990s technology on 1995 Windows computers. So as you've heard this evening, the technology overall has definitely updated since that time, and we need to update because we can no longer get the parts for the type of planetarium that we have. The current planetarium has a Evans and Southern's Digistar 3 or 2 system, which actually is centrally located in the floor, and they bring the unit up out of the floor in order to project on the ceiling of the structure. That technology is
been changed out to new technology that allows the STEM programs to be able to look at the information that is coming from NASA, from the Department of Climatology, several different areas, to be able to take that GIS information that we're also getting and display it and be able to work with it to do programs that we can use. And that technology itself is now, instead of coming central from the floor, it's actually being projected on the ceiling from projectors that are mounted up around the edge of the ceiling instead. So this is a change overall that will allow us to take out that center floor section, infill it, add in additional seating to allow us to get the capacity up in the planetarium, and that will then allow us to have great shows again for our public community partners that we have. We are currently serving right now 23 out of the 72 counties in Wisconsin, and we have an average of 30,000 visitors per year. There is, in 2022, was funded the feasibility study, so we are going to be moving forward with that feasibility study. It will be carried over because it was presented this past November. So we're carrying that forward. So this is part of the project overall. The counties would split the funding of the renovation that we would need to do in this facility at $155,000, I believe, is our total. Yeah, the total project is $155,000. Because this campus is split funded between both Winnebago County and Outagamie County, the Winnebago County share of the portion would be $77,500, and Outagamie County has already approved their portion of it with their capital projects and operating budget, which was approved last November. The project itself will also, because of the way that the projects are funded with the state, that $1.1 million worth of the projector equipment itself and the redoing of the furniture and equipment that goes into the facility would be funded by the state through the university. So that is the overall project for the Barlow Planetarium. Anything else you would like to add on that one? Okay. The second project, and I'm just going to go through all of them. The second project that we have is the food service and union facilities. This is a project that we have been in front of you several times to go through this project overall. The design and engineering services for the project were funded in 2022 at $350,000, and those funds were split between the two counties overall. We are asking to carry over those funds as well. Currently, the request for AE services that we were looking to put out was asked to be held up by the Board of Trustees. And so we have not yet put that AE out for the design services. We are anticipating that the total project cost of $4,418,000 approximately. The half of Outagamie's county portion of that, which is the $2,209,000, was approved in their 2023 project approval. That project is redoing the 1959 kitchen and expansion of the food service area for the campus. We do not have an adequate kitchen facility in the building to be able to produce the healthy foods that we would want our students to have overall and keep them on campus so that they can continue to study as they eat or as they're in between classes. Okay, anything?
No.
just up on the board is the proposed design that came from the feasibility study.
Okay. Great. The third project that we have on the agenda tonight is the controls for the HVAC replacement in the 1300 wing and the administrative wings of the campus. This controls replacement will actually help the building to be able to be more efficient and in the long run reduce our energy usage overall. We would be asking focus on energy as well as this project, if we can advance it, to help us with funding some of those costs, or at least giving us a partial rebate in the work that we would be doing on the energy savings. That's a conversation that we are currently having with them. The project does replace the controls that were put in place with the renovations that were done in that area in 1986. So previous energy efficiency projects on the campus overall did allow us to do some energy reductions because we do better job of controlling the system. So we're talking about putting in DDC controls or digital direct controls overall, which allows us to better manage the air handling systems overall. So that is that project. The fourth project that we have on the list tonight is the roof replacement project for the library. This is a section of the building where previously we have done the overall work to redo the exterior facade, so we become more energy efficient on the building, but the roof itself is at the end of its useful life. It has been more than 20 years that that rubber roof has been up there, and we are looking to replace it. For your information, the Outagamie County Facilities Director has looked at the project, and it is their recommendation that we continue to patch it. So I want you to be aware of that conversation with Outagamie County. And to that effect, they did not approve their funds for that part of the project. So just making everyone very clear on where we're at with projects between the two counties. The last project that we have for you is the science wings. The windows on both the north and the south side of that facility have been leaking, and we have moisture buildup that then effectively turns into some mold, as you've heard other mold concerns tonight. So that work that we were looking to do, we did have contacts, engineers come in and do some destructive evaluation. The project cost to replace these windows is not just to take care of doing the windows themselves, but to replace the wall structure underneath them. And because these are science labs, we have cabinetry along all sections of those windows. That means in order to get to the windows to deal with the walls, we have to remove the gas lines, the electrical lines, the cabinetry, the plumbing, then get to the walls, do the work, replace the windows, and put everything back. So the cost of doing that project is a little more than you would normally think for a window replacement project overall. That project is totaled at $464,100, split between the counties, and here again, Outagamie County has approved their half of the funding to advance that project. So with that, I would open it up for questions.
Supervisor Hanson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A question and concern I have, is there a priority list that you have on these? Because one of my biggest concerns is the declining enrollment. September of 2022, Wisconsin Public Radio did, or I don't know who did the study, but they talked about UW Stout and UW Oshkosh had the largest decline of 6% in enrollment. So I'm looking for
some justification, especially when we're talking about the 4.5 million, which we know is going to go well over 5 by now.
Yeah, I can tackle that question. Thank you. So, effectively, the only UW system school that grew during the study that you were talking about was UW-Madison, and they operate under a very different set of guidelines from the state legislature in the number of students that they can bring in, especially out-of-state students. So virtually all of the UWs have experienced a decline in enrollment. There are other factors at play here. The rebound after COVID, the number of students that are coming back. In particular, the retention rate of students as well. How many students are we keeping from fall to spring and fall to fall? And we have done a substantially better job at that over the last 18 months. So for instance, our fall to spring retention numbers were 6 percentage points better than they were this time last year. Because we are taking proactive measures to make sure that the students who are coming are being retained with us. We're providing them with academic support services in particular. We have a series of new student navigators that have extended hours to help students with mental health counseling and to answer their questions about advising. None of us, and just to finish that, none of us can control the state's decline in the number of 18-year-olds that are graduating from high school either.
Supervisor Eisen.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dr. Rudd, could you address some, what I see as serious red flags pertaining to UW funding? First is the experience in case of Richland Center being closed in the system, and the rumors running through the system, particularly what I've heard locally is the Outagamie County Board of Supervisors questioning UW funding. And of course, what they do impacts what we do. Where are we in this environment of uncertainty? Because the money is the cost to do the project is the cost to do the project. Mm-hmm. But whether you want to do the project depends upon what the environment is. And if you could give us some confidence to be able to approach the spending decisions, financial decisions rationally.
I will be happy to do that. Thank you, Supervisor Eisen. So the Richland Center situation is uniquely different, and I want to be very clear. The UW system and UW Platteville have not closed the campus. What they have done is ended in-person instruction, which is different. So there are planned uses by UW Platteville for that facility. So I just want to go on the record of saying that the campus is not being closed. As of right now, that is not the decision to close the Richland Center campus. Those students are going to be taught elsewhere, whether it's at the Baraboo campus or the Platteville campus or wherever else they choose to go. But the building is not being closed. It's not being turned over to Richland County or anything of the sort. So onto the local issue. So as Joanne referred to in her comments, the Board of Trustees voted to pause the design and engineering work on the Student Development Center and food service, and that was for one simple reason. They wanted to have a talk with Chancellor Levitt on behalf of President Jay Rothman about the confidence that you're asking about. And if Chancellor Levitt were here today, he would exude confidence about the future of the UWO Fox Cities campus, because in no way has UW Oshkosh wavered from the confidence in the campus, just as I think you haven't either here in Winnebago County. So set up for about 2 weeks' time is a meeting between the county executives and Chancellor Levitt to talk about this project and so that the county executives can hear the confidence that Chancellor has in the campus, not only in the existing activities that go on the campus, but also the plans that we have for the future of the campus. So I'll give you one example of that. Tied in with the Weiser Science Museum and the Barlow Planetarium that we've been talking about today is a plan that we have to create a science outreach center for K-12 and for teacher education in the Fox Cities, using those two facilities, the Barlow and the Weiser, as the central parts of that. But we'll also be bringing in our VEX robotics program, some of the Boy Scout badge work that we have been doing. We've done hundreds and hundreds of Boy Scout merit badges, science merit badges on the campus. So we're looking to bring those under an umbrella of science outreach. So we're not sitting still at the Fox Cities campus. We have plans. We are bringing bachelor degrees to the campus as well, expanding the bachelor degrees programs. We have an increasing number of graduates who are leaving us with associate degrees because of the value of actually leaving with a credential. So I think those are some of the comments that I would make that I hope would give you confidence that we're not going anywhere, meaning UWO is not wavering in its commitment to the campus. I don't see it happening here, and I don't ultimately see it happening from Outagamie County either.
Well, there had been some talk that some of the expansion in respect to the food services was contingent or in anticipation of foreign students or students from outside of Wisconsin settling or choosing the Fox Cities campus.
We have students from a lot of counties and some different countries on the campus, as do many universities. I guess I'm not quite understanding what you're asking. I mean, our students spend money in the city of Menasha. They're spending money in Winnebago County when they head west from the campus. They're living in housing, which is in Winnebago County.
Some of the understanding that I have accumulated over time had been that the rationale behind the expansion in the student development and student center and food center was in respect to students that were not necessarily catering, not necessarily to students who live locally.
Live locally?
You know, who resided locally.
Okay, so the food service program that we have had on the campus since 1959 was designed to serve less than 200 students. About 190 students is what it was designed for. We have more than 650 students on the campus right now at any time. To answer your question in particular, though, so the international students that we have on the campus were the first ones that we served en masse using our meal plan, and what we were able to determine was that the kitchen is not able to handle serving the right type of food, the healthy food that our food service contract through Aladdin that covers all three campuses will permit us to do. So as a proof of concept, we showed because of the meal plan that the international students have as part of their package of being on the Fox Cities campus, that that kitchen cannot serve the 650 students
Mr. Robinson?
that we have.
Excuse me.
So the kitchen is inadequate to serve the students that we have on the campus. So it's true that initially we had shown that because the international students have a meal plan. All students and faculty and staff have access to a meal plan now. I eat on the campus regularly, and unfortunately, as nice as the food is, as nice as Aladdin tries to do the food, they simply have inadequate facilities to make what we would consider to be suitable food for this generation who are looking for healthy options. But fair questions.
Thank you.
Supervisor Gabbard.
Several questions for you, Dr. Rudd. Thank you for your presentations tonight. The Barlow Center, are there any stipulations for that building that if we don't keep it open, it reverts back to the family or it becomes torn down? Is it owned by the campus and cannot be taken away?
That is correct. Yeah, it's a university building. It was built originally with the help of some private money. As Joanne pointed out, what we're looking to do there is to use the county monies for, as is always the intended purpose, for infrastructure improvements to the actual physical facility. So we don't know what the feasibility study will show yet, but we're anticipating, as Joanne mentioned, the new planned Digistar system would require a change of the structure inside, to the seating, probably to the dome itself, and likely to some of the back office rooms. What we're going to do with the state and through fundraising is to buy the approximately $750,000 projector and the associated electronics and software and hardware that will go with it, that will allow us to have 21st century shows in that facility. So, but you're right, the facility is a university facility. The employees in it are university employees. We look after it. We maintain it as part of our campus structure.
So it can't go away because it was the Barlow family. That's the history that I know of it.
Right. So it's permanently established on the campus.
Right.
Yep.
So, okay. And the other thing is the kitchen issue. The kitchen issue is an issue, and I'm glad to hear that Chancellor Levitt is going to meet with the two county executives, because the rumor, and I'll say it's only a rumor on the street, is Outagamie, yes, does have it in their capital plans, but they're leery about moving ahead with it. And I know it all relates to this 2-year campus menagerie that we've got going on. So I'm glad there's a meeting and maybe it can all be worked out. But to a taxpayer, that $2 million in Winnebago County is a lot of money.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? And we all agree to that. So we'll see where this goes. So I'm not saying I won't vote for it. I will vote for it. It's out there, and you've done a great presentation. Now, the other question is, this is not really a rumor, so I just want to see if you're aware of this, which I think you are. UW-Platteville and UW-Menasha have had this engineering brotherhood, okay? And it's worked well.
Mm-hmm.
It's worked very well. So the hindsight of this is UW-Platteville is now looking out for UW-Platteville for their enrollment drops, and they're going, perhaps we won't be connected with UW-Menasha for the engineering aspect because we're going to protect our 4-year enrollment first and not the 2-year coming out of Menasha. So I don't know if you know about that, but it's being talked in the circle of the university system. And are you aware of that underlying factor? Because I would hate to see UW-Menasha lose the capability of that 2-year campus and then the kids go to UW-Platteville to get their engineering degree because of a cost factor and a convenience. Have you heard anything about that in the background going on?
No, because I don't believe that's happening. I spoke with the provost of Platteville yesterday about an upcoming engineering meeting that we have to strengthen the partnership, and so it's going to go like this. So UW Platteville is holding a meeting on the Fox Cities campus, in fact 2 coming up that have the blessing of UW Oshkosh. One is a stakeholder meeting where they're inviting industry partners, K through 12, advisory board members, faculty, to come and talk about the types of engineering that we need in this area. And I'll give you a couple of examples. So UW Oshkosh has applied for a notice of intent through the UW system to offer both biomedical engineering and automation engineering. We have a strong letter of support from the Northeast Wisconsin Manufacturers Alliance, the group in the New North that supports manufacturers, to say that automation engineering is an incredibly needed area as we move away from necessarily people engineering, but into robotic engineering. Platteville, on the other hand, has their strengths very much in mechanical and electrical engineering. They're looking at expansion of industrial engineering and systems engineering. So we have a partnership here that is creating the right types of engineering to serve this region. We don't want to step on each other's toes, and I think the purpose of the meeting is to make sure that we don't step on each other's toes. So to your point as well about the about Platteville looking after Platteville, what I'd say about that is that the students who start at the Fox Cities campus in engineering have a choice of where to go, just as all of our students do. We don't force our students to finish a degree at Oshkosh. If they want to complete an engineering degree at MSOE or UW Milwaukee, we will help them in every way that we can. The same is true with the Platteville program. They can matriculate into their junior and senior years at Platteville. Platteville, we're part of what's called the Platteville Engineering Partnership. It's a statewide initiative that involves Madison College and the Wausau campus of Stevens Point and Edgewood College. And between us, we offer a lot of engineering courses so that students can take some in person, some online, and we have what are called boot camp labs, where students come to a central location at a weekend twice a semester to complete those lab courses. So I would say that our Platteville program is strong. It's thriving. We have 34 students right now who are matriculating into the program next year as juniors. So I think it's good. I think it's doing well. It continues to do well. As with any program that is getting close to 20 years old. Maybe it's like marriage as well. You got to nurture it and love it and cuddle it, and we're trying to do all of those things to make sure that all of the excitement from 10 years ago remains in the program.
So you're confident of your campus, that it stands by itself. It really does stand by itself. I know it's part of the bigger picture, but you feel confident about that program continuing at your campus?
From my level, I do. I am not the chancellor, and I don't work for the UW system, but I don't see any barriers right now. We need UW Oshkosh and UW Platteville and UW Green Bay to work together for better engineering in our region. We've shown that we can do it, and even in tough times, we have to make sure that we're not too territorial, that we're damaging each other's ability to do that.
That we all work together.
There's plenty of students out there who are interested in engineering, especially in our area. We have shown with 175 graduates from the Platteville Engineering Program on the Fox Cities campus, 90% of whom are employed locally, that there's a demand for engineers in this area. In fact, we can't keep up with demand. We know that because the Fox Cities Chamber and other chambers go and recruit at Michigan Tech. Heck, they should be recruiting right in our own area. There's nothing against bringing in engineers from Michigan Tech, but we're home growing them.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Yep.
Appreciate it.
Supervisor Gustafson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to echo a lot of what was expressed from Supervisor Gabbard, especially when it comes to looking at this dollar amount, especially for the food services and union facilities. And going back to the taxpayer, and I mean, we've heard a lot of numbers tonight from a lot of different departments, and if we were to add the first 11 ask from the county, including airports, facilities, and information technology, that would still come under by $60,000 the price you're asking for just the food services and union facilities. So I have a hard time going back to my constituents and being able to tell them that this is the proper use of this funding at this time. And I think it's a little exaggerated, I think, when it comes down to when you say there are not healthy options in the area. If you go 1 mile or less west, you have Piggly Wiggly, Quick Trip, and I know you took a shot at Quick Trip last time, so I'm coming back for you on that one. And then if you go east, you have Festival Foods and Quick Trip as well. And I think ultimately when we're looking at the price and what's offered here and who it's all serving, I just don't see how we can justify this cost. So I was against the survey or the original engineering cost. I just still I'm having a hard time crunching numbers. How many students are being served with this kind of revamp of the food service and the facilities or the union facilities restructure?
Are you talking about how many do we propose to serve?
Let's say currently, and then how many you propose to serve.
Yeah, so those numbers, I don't have them right here because they were in the feasibility study that was presented to this board back in late 2021. So the numbers are impressive with the number of students that we were going to serve. Why? Because we had surveyed the students to find out the types of things that they wanted, their inclination to eat if different things were available. Many of our students come to the campus using public transit as well, so they're not able just to get to Quick Trip or Festival Foods. Plus, we're building a community of learners on campus, as any university does, and keeping them on campus so they can grab something between classes. We just saw a record increase in the number of club participation on campus this year. Why? Because we have a free hour over lunchtime when students can participate in club activities, and that's the time when they're grabbing their food.
Thank you.
Yep, thank you.
Supervisor Schellinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess I'll start with the same questions there on the food service. So I guess what I'm kind of stuck on is, why did the university sign a contract with Aladdin if Aladdin couldn't properly utilize the facilities that were available at the campuses?
So I didn't work on the contract. So Aladdin provides food service. They do provide food on the campus, and they are feeding hundreds of people every day. What they don't have is the space to prepare the types of food that we would expect. We have to bring it in. We can't prepare it fresh on site. We also have events that we need to cater that we are no longer able to cater. We have to use outside caterers rather than our own in-house because of the size of the kitchen. The kitchen is, and many of you have toured it. It's less than a couple of 100 square feet in size, and you're trying to serve hundreds of meals a day. There's no space for fresh prep. There's only a flat top grill. There's no storage space for food. Lots and lots of things that you would expect from a kitchen that is more than 63 years old.
Yeah, I mean, I understand all of that. It feels like somebody made a decision to hire a contractor that couldn't fulfill the needs of the students, and now we're being asked to spend a lot of money to correct that, when it seems like the better solution, the easier solution, is to go back and find a contractor that can work with the facilities that are. And I understand that they're small. I understand that, but I have to agree with a lot of the other statements that this is a lot of money for, for something that, that doesn't have the same impact as elsewhere. So I'm going to need a lot more convincing about about that. And I've seen the facility. It is small. Like, I don't have any concerns about that, or any doubts about what you're saying. But it feels like we're being, we're being pinched into a corner, where we're told if we don't spend all this money, there's no way that students can get healthy options, when it feels like there has to be other vendors, or at least that should have been the size of the facilities, and the needs of the students should have been considered on the front end of that contract. I want to go to the Barlow a little bit and ask, how has attendance changed at Barlow since the UWO planetarium closed?
Since the Buckstaff
Yeah.
closed? Okay. So I can't speak to when the Buckstaff was last operational as a planetarium. Well, it's now a classroom, but...
Yeah, the Barlow Planetarium was taken offline Buckstaff was taken offline in 2008. And it was renovated into a active learning classroom, so it has TVs basically around the perimeter, and it's available for a variety of different learning needs for that. The number of students that were attending the Buckstaff Planetarium was approximately 250 to 300 students in an academic year, and those have now transferred to the Barlow Planetarium for the types of services that they are getting and the programs that they're doing, as well as bringing in a lot of the students from the local high schools and the communities around the area.
So do you have any numbers about how like did that attendance that used to be going, public attendance that used to be going to Buckstaff, did it shift? Do you have any ideas about that?
So as Joanne said, that museum, that planetarium closed in 2008, and the number of students that it was serving is probably only 1% of the total number of students that are served each year at the Barlow. So there were about 250 students served a year at the Buckstaff. When we merged, Chancellor Levitt made a decision to create a single planetarium, not to have two separate facilities, but to focus all the efforts at the Barlow, and that serves in excess of 25,000 K through mostly sixth graders each year. So, I mean, there could have been a 1% increase, but in any given year, there are probably that number of fluctuations anyway, depending on the number of summer camps that we offer or the amount of programming. So I think the number of students served by the Buckstaff would get lost in the noise of any variability of the attendance, the annual attendance at the Barlow, if that makes sense.
And so beyond just the university students, like, are you saying that there wasn't community members going to the Buckstaff Planetarium?
So I want to make sure we're not at cross purposes here. So the number of university students who attend shows at the Barlow is actually relatively small. We have some specialized classes that go there to make use of the shows, but the vast majority of people that come to the Barlow for shows are either members of the public or school field trips from the surrounding counties.
And I'm trying to understand if that second group, elementary, middle, high school students, the general public, if your facility saw an increase in that type of attendance after the Buckstaff facility closed.
Well, that was 15 years ago. I don't know that okay. Because as I said, the number that they were serving was pretty small. It sounded like it was 250. Perhaps I just wanted to address your point about the food service providers. So we've had a number of food service providers since I was campus 2015, first in 2012, and they've all run up against the same problem, which has been the kitchen. So in this case, it's not a problem with the food service provider. We've had self-ops, we had a chef do it, we had Food Service Inc., FSI, out of Milwaukee, do our food for about 6 or 7 years, and they all ran into the same limitations because of the space. In fact, FSI chose not to bid on when the contract was up in 2018 because they weren't turning a profit in it. By bringing in, when we contracted with Aladdin knew most likely that at Fox Cities and our Fond du Lac campuses, because of the size of the kitchen at Fox, they weren't going to be able to turn a profit, but they were committed. The university required that food be provided at all 3 locations.
Supervisor Bender.
I'd just like to say, the more rundown the facility gets, the harder it is to get a food vendor to even want to serve food there. And right now, you got a kitchen that's over 60 years old. You know, you got a cooler that, when we were on tour, you see it had a drop ceiling in the cooler. It had a butcher block countertop. You know, it's inadequate. There's none of us here that cook in a kitchen that's 60 years old that hasn't been renovated. I mean, yes, there's houses here that are over 100 years old, but I can guarantee you they've been redone. And that's what this needs. It needs to be upgraded, and we can get another food provider. I think this contract's a little over a year left, and when we actually have a nice kitchen, we can probably get a percentage of the profit. You know, so it's like we had a full-service restaurant at Whitman Field, and when it was basically new, they had a great business. As it got run down, pretty soon you couldn't get anybody to rent it. So restaurant went out of business. You know, it's all in how you maintain your properties. And we do a poor job. I mean, all our buildings, we got a highway department that's 29 years old that is basically theoretically run down right to the ground, you know, and my house is exactly the same age as the highway department, and my house is as good as the day I built it. It's the difference between how you maintain something. You know, you expect these kids to go there and eat in a facility that you wouldn't eat in yourself. You know, I don't see any school referendums that get turned down. We're building 2 new middle schools in Oshkosh, and I look at Webster Stanley School, I don't see nothing wrong with it, but it's out of date. The electronics, it's not meant for that. You'd have to rip out basically the walls, and by the time you do all that, you got more money in the school. Merrill Middle School, you got people trying to save that for a historical value. They see no value in it. They're going to tear it down, you know, and that's just a sign of the times. Things get old. You either have to maintain them, keep them up, or you have to replace them. And if we don't pass this school, it'll come back next year. Outagamie has their money on already approved, and what they tell us all the time is you cost us a lot of money because you drag your feet. You know, next year prices will be 10% higher, and that $4 million cafeteria is going to be $4,400,000. And if we don't pass it after there, pretty soon it's going to be $5 million. It needs to be fixed. If you don't want to have a 2-year campus, then close it down. You don't have to keep it. Any one of us can walk away at any time. But if you expect these kids to go to a rundown facility, then we're not doing our job.
Okay, next will be Zestera, then Stafford, then Flom, then Albright, and then Fari.
All right. I'd like to move on address to adjourn and end debate until our next February board meeting.
Second. Well, we have 3 ahead of you, so. I know, but I didn't call on you. I told you how order was going to be. I showed my fingers when you asked to punch in. Supervisor Stera.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My husband has worked at Fox Valley Tech for over 20 years, and I just texted him. So they're getting their money, mainly local tax money, and half of it comes from state. And I guess I understand the value of education. I understand that. But $2.4 million, I believe, is what you're asking for the food service and union. Is that right?
I think, when the project is all finished, it's probably
Right.
2.2 each.
Okay,
Yes.
so I see yeah. So I guess I would ask, again, I've heard someone ask you what your priority is on on that. The other question is, how many windows were fogged when we went on the tour? How many actual windows were fogged on that? Those great big windows in the lab?
The windows that are in the science lab, when we were there and did the tour,
Right.
I think 3 of the windows were currently fogged
Okay,
on
so-
the south side.
Okay, so I was thinking 2, 3, something like
Yeah.
that. So we're really, I recall it was like 250 grand for those, because we had to replace all of them according to, quality and all of that. But now we're looking at 460, correct?
That's between
And-
both counties.
Right, right. Well, but I also have to look at, what I mean, the whole amount. That's
Yeah.
a lot of money.
So, yes,
Yes,
but
and
that's where it comes into, it's not just doing the windows, but we have to do the walls
Right.
and the cabinetry and
But
the
I-
extent of that.
And I saw that you were able to participate in this, or listen to what we're listening to from Director Elder. So we're looking at 600,000 to mediate the mold in the highway building, completely gut the whole place for 600. And I'm looking at 460 first. So I'm just struggling, and that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Yeah, the numbers that we have were put together by the engineering team that did the study on that project overall.
Supervisor Stafford.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for hanging with us as well. Just a couple questions, really quick. Actually, a comment and then a question. First is, you need to be aware that nearly half of this board was not here when that presentation was done in '21. So there are a lot of people here that are coming from a place of not understanding exactly what you're saying. So it might be useful to revisit that at some point, but I think it needs to be noted that the presentation and the feasibility study that you mentioned, that was the one that was done in 2015, 2016?
No, the feasibility study was from October of '21.
I'm sorry, not the feasibility, survey that you did on the food preferences.
No, we updated it
You did?
for last year. Yep.
Okay, great.
Yep.
Well, and that's my point. I
Yep.
think there's a lot of time has passed. So I think that's part of it. And the other is, so the question is with that, so it's 2.2 million for the county. That's for food service and union facilities. I'm curious, because we've been focused a lot on the food service, which I understand. How much of that figure is driven by food service and not the union facilities beyond the kitchen?
So the two went together as the design because they're connected together. So part of it is where the students eat and do their activities, and as was shown on the picture, the part of it is the kitchen and the expansion area that would also serve the catering side of the business as well. Those
Right.
activities. So if you're asking about is there a dividing line between the projects, is that what you're asking? Is there
A little bit. I
separation?
mean, if we are identifying the core issue as food relative to the quality of food and the ability to serve, right? So that's a core issue. And what I'm trying to understand is, of this money, what would really need to be spent to solve that specific issue? Because I would guarantee you that, we're probably throwing a very large solution at a smaller problem, understanding that, there are benefits beyond just solving that one issue. I'm just trying to, the conversation's gravitating to, boy, we have a real issue with our food service. So I'm trying to understand what the cost would be to solve that specific issue is what I'm asking.
All right, I'm going to tackle it from a slightly different perspective, and so enlarging the kitchen doesn't solve the whole problem because we got a flow issue in and out in the current picture. So the top picture is the current kitchen. So on the right-hand side there is the existing service area. So that is the 1959 hatch. So there's no flow in and out of there for food to be served. So even if we enlarged the kitchen, It doesn't solve the problem of how the students move in and out, or where they would actually go to eat their food. So that's how those two got linked. So and then the concept of the Student Development Center doesn't increase the footprint of the existing what we call the student union, but that's kind of like an outdated term. But what it does is it brings to the heart of that the club organizations and the student government that are sort of powering the campus right now.
Okay. All right, great. Thank you.
So to answer your question, no, we have not divided the costs.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Flom, and then it'll be Supervisor Albrecht.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dr. Rudd, I have a question. The 1970 agreement, which precipitates this cost breakdown, half between Winnebago County, half between Outagamie County, is why we see the breakdown between the two of them. UW-Oshkosh and UW-Green Bay recently signed a transfer pathway agreement with Fox Valley Tech. Have you considered expanding your partnership to possibly infrastructure sharing to alleviate the cost on the counties?
To alleviate what, sorry?
The cost on the counties of what we have to pay to do an infrastructure sharing agreement with Fox Valley Tech. Is that something that you've thought about, or has been any outreach done on that?
So that would have to, any conversation like that would have to occur at the state level, because we're two completely different systems. We have completely different funding. As the learned supervisor at the back pointed out, the Fox Valley Tech runs off local taxes. They also have the ability to seek referendums. So for instance, Moraine Park Technical College just got a $55 million referendum passed. We don't have that ability. So what do we share though? So what we share are, of course, our region students, and what we want to do is to make sure that those students have the best transfer experience and the most mobility for their credits. So in the two systems that we have, the university system and the Wisconsin Technical College system, which legislatively are completely different, we are doing really a nice job of making sure that students can move from one to the other. Students at Fox Valley Tech can now get associate degrees in Associate of Science degrees, which move directly in as junior status into UW-Oshkosh majors. That's about as good as your transfer will be anywhere around the country. We're not really able to share infrastructure just because of our completely different funding models. But good question, and I think one that looks ahead in the future of education in the state.
Supervisor Albrecht.
I move to adjourn. Second.
Made and second to adjourn. I'll call for the vote. I know that don't matter. He was first. Got to go by his first, because then Supervisor Fari was after him. So all those in favor of adjourn signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. Nay. The ayes have it. We are adjourned.